chief guest, Mr. Muhammad Atikul Islam, Honorable Mayor of Dhaka North City Corporation and former President of BGMEA, and our guest of honor, Mr. Muhammad Shahriar Alam MP, Honorable State Minister, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Our special guest, His Excellency Benoit Prefontaine, Honorable High Commissioner, High Commission of Canada to Bangladesh, Mr. Sheikh Fazle Fahim, President of the Federation of Bangladesh Chambers of Commerce and Industries, Mr. Pierre Bourriesson, H&M Group, Head of Sustainability Global Production, and Mr. Mohiuddin Rubel, Director, BGMA, Managing Director of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our honored speakers at the podium with a round of applause. I would like to request the honorable speakers to please take their seats. Thank you, honorable speakers. Now I would like to request our first speaker of the session, Mr. Muhammad Mohiuddin Rubel, Director of BGMA, Managing Director of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, to please come up for his welcome remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest of the opening plenary session of Sustainable Apparel Forum 2019, Mr. Muhammad Atikul Islam, Honorable Mayor, Dhaka North City Corporation, and former President BGMEA. Guest of honor, Muhammad Shahriar Alam MP, Honorable State Minister, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Distinguished special guest, His Excellency Benoit Prefontaine, High Commission of Canada in Bangladesh, Mr. Pierre Bourriesson, Head of Sustainability, Global Production, H&M Group. Distinguished presence, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of Sustainable Apparel Forum 2019 on behalf of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange and BGMEA. When I am saying on behalf of BGMEA and Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, I'm feeling extremely proud because both of my organizations. I belongs to the BGMEA and belongs to Bangladesh Apparel Exchange both. The Sustainable Apparel Forum envisages being a leading global forum on sustainability established in Bangladesh to promote the sustainability agenda within the textile and apparel supply chain. The ultimate goal of the forum is to facilitate a meaningful exchange of knowledge to expose issues relating to sustainability for the benefit of manufacturers and people at large. The forum aims to enable Bangladesh apparel industry to progress as a responsible sourcing destination on the global landscape by accelerating the momentum of sustainability within the industry through education and awareness. The first edition of SAF event was held on 17th May 2017. The event served as a platform for sustainable technology development partners, material innovation companies, green solution providers, and other stakeholders to meet and understand the requirements of green manufacturing. Our forum is emerging as a knowledge gateway and networking platform which allows discussion around the issues facing sustainability and features world-class speakers to bring in meaningful perspectives of sustainability in the apparel industry. Distinguished presence, nowadays social and environmental sustainability has become a burning priority for apparel industry. It is becoming an increasingly important issue for consumers and governments both. In the global sustainability framework, we can see the priorities are being aligned and in almost all policy documents and also strategies. In a local context, Bangladesh government's 7th five-year plan, National Sustainable Development Strategy, nationally determined contributions, and Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100, all these policy documents have integrated sustainability in its core. In the global context, the Sustainable Development Goals, Paris Agreement, and all other international treaties and conventions are also pushing the industry to become more resilient. European Union plan to be carbon neutral by 2050. Most of the major brands of Europe have planned to ensure sustainable sourcing by 2025. Germany also launching Green Button initiative, which is a state-owned system of certifying sustainable products. You are definitely aware of the fact that Bangladesh is the second largest apparel manufacturing country in the world. As per 2019 CPO survey of McKinsey and Company, Bangladesh is still one of the most preferred apparel sourcing destinations of the world. This is good news, but it is also comes up with certain responsibility as well. In today's world, consumers are not just concerned about economic value of the product, rather they also look into the non-economic value of the product as well. They want to play their role while buying a product. They look into the environmental and social cost of the product before wearing. Consumers ask for water and carbon footprint of a product before they buy it. Having said that, Bangladesh RMG industry is also making significant strides to make our foothold stronger in the global textile value chain. Currently, we have 101 lead green factories, 500 plus more are in the pipeline. Our factories are doing excellent practices like cogeneration and trigeneration, condensate recovery boiler, waste to heat boiler, solar PV, that is renewable energy, LED lights, skylights, servo motor, building management system, etc. In the change scenario of global business, sustainability is a key area of concern, and one of the main dealing points for business with apparel brands, and therefore sustainability will play a key role not only in terms of social and environmental sustainability, but also for the economic sustainability as well. On this backdrop, in SAF 2019, we have designed 5 plenary sessions on 5 broad thematic areas to discuss and draw a map to achieve our strategic goals. I hope and believe with active participation of the speakers, discussants, and practitioners, we will be able to make the SAF 2019 a great success. I would like to end by a quote of Mr. Ban Ki-moon. There is no plan B, because we have no planet B as well. Thank you very much. Thanks again for your patience listening. Thanks.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammad Mohiuddin Rubel, for sharing your tone-setting speech for the day. Now I'd like to request Mr. Pierre Bourriasson, Head of Sustainability of Global Production H&M Group, to please come up and say a few words on this occasion.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting H&M and myself to this important event in Bangladesh. Not just important for Bangladesh, but important for the whole global textile industry around the world. With the size of the Bangladesh textile industry, it's of course global importance how we are developing this market. It has global effect on different issues such as climate change, how we can be leaders when it comes to water practices, how we can be leaders when it comes to human rights related practices, purchasing practices, behaviors of brands, and so on. So thank you very much for inviting us here. My name is Pierre Borisson. I've been with the company for almost 15 years, now leading our sustainability work in the supply chain. And I'm glad to be back to Bangladesh, a country I lived in 2006 to 2009. Bangladesh, or H&M in Bangladesh, we have a large presence in this market. I believe many of you know that we have been engaged in many different sustainability efforts. And I think the eyes are on this full industry here, how we are to develop further when it comes to different practices. And I don't think the eyes is only on us in the room here. I think the eyes are on all of us that are engaged in the industry here. It is different stakeholders, suppliers, the government, the civil society, and so on. But it's not only eyes, it's also expectations on having solutions. And I think the solutions are on us sitting in the room here today. And I encourage all of us after this day that we have not just highlighted problems and issues that we need to tackle, but also debated on what the solutions are, the initiatives that we need to start, the actions that we need to take. And I look very much forward leaving this day, not just with greater insights, but of course also with greater actions that we can take forward after this day. And I encourage all of us here, but especially us as speakers and moderators, to steer the conversation to actions that we can conclude, align ourselves on, and take, and go forward. Okay, I would like to highlight a few specific things. There are many things to say when it comes to the Bangladesh textile industry. You can say it has been a wonder of success. It's been a huge growth in the market. It has shown how the textile industry can contribute to the welfare of people. We have done great progress, but we are not where we need to be. We need to continue the progress. We need to continue our efforts to do even more going forward when it comes to the Bangladesh textile industry and the global textile industry as well, of course. So with the ambition of being a $50 billion business, there's huge growth ahead of us. What I understand, the growth plan is to be a $50 billion business by 2021, which is around the corner. And that has, of course, impact on various kind of resources. Water is one of them, and that is one of my highlights that I would like to bring up here. What is the impact on water when we will grow the business from the $35 billion business to the $50 billion business? What is the effect on communities in Bangladesh, both when it comes to domestic water usage and industrial water usage? This is something that is crucial for us to know when we are growing to a $50 billion business. Whether that is 40, 50, or 60, whether that is 20, 21, or 25. Having water included in our growth plans is, of course, essential for us here. And from an H&M perspective, we would be happy to work further with various stakeholders. BGMEA, for instance, representing the suppliers, various stakeholders in the country that has great knowledge when it comes to the water, how we should understand the groundwater situation in the country, for instance. Currently, the groundwater in Bangladesh is down to almost 100 meters. And in the Dhaka area, where most of the business is, the degradation is much larger than what it can be. The natural recharge is lower than the abstraction of the groundwater. So the degradation of the groundwater is negative. That's not how it can continue to be. And having growth plans on the expense of water is obviously not sustainable. That's not how we can continue. And we need to work collectively to change that. From an H&M perspective, we are working with WRG, for instance, when it comes to policy change in the country. We're also promoting putting a value on water that comes to a monetary cost. So water will be treated differently when it comes to water efficiency, when it comes to recycling and circularity on water. And also looking, of course, on the quality of water and how that is affecting communities. To my second bullet that I would like to bring up is working conditions and the industrial relationships in the country. It is utmost important that we have a functional social dialogue between the workforce and the employers, both when it comes to the factory level and the national level. Again, having growth that we applaud to a $50 billion business must be in collaboration with those that carry out the work, the workforce in our suppliers and partners. That's where it needs to be a strong dialogue between the workforce and their employers. We need to look at how we can improve working conditions, how we can improve wages when it comes to the textile workers. As we know, that leads to strong benefits in health, in education, to those that are also dependent on the salaries to the textile workers. We need to look at gender questions and how we get more women into leadership positions. Something I actually think is reflected in the panel that we have here today, myself included. From an H&M perspective, we are working with ACT to promote better working conditions and higher wages, and also social dialogue that is including the workers in each factory and also on a national level. And I would encourage you, all of you here in the room, to continue such efforts and have a dialogue. In the case of H&M, it is to continue that dialogue with BGMA, that we would like to promote the initiative of ACT in Bangladesh, or various other initiatives that have the same ambition. The third topic that I would like to bring up is climate change. Needless to say, something that is affecting all of us in all aspects of life. Climate change is something that H&M has a high ambition in. We have set ourselves to be the first company in textile in the world to have an ambition to be a climate positive, achieve a climate positive value chain by 2040. That means that our value chain, so everything from, for instance, the raw material, the cotton seed, to the usage of our product, the product that we're responsible to put out there on the market, that full value chain contributes to reductions in greenhouse gases to a larger extent than what it actually emits by itself. That is what we mean with climate positive. And that is something that is necessary from a consumption perspective related to our industry, of course. We cannot do that ourselves. We have to have all our partners on board in order to achieve that. In the supply chain, we have a milestone to reach a climate neutral, as a minimum, climate neutral supply chain by 2030, the latest. And that is around the corner. It's fairly close in time, and we do not have time to wait longer to take action on that. Crucial parts in being a climate neutral, climate positive player in the industry is, of course, to work with your efficiency in energy, increase your renewable energy, but of course also work with initiatives that is contributing to climate resilience. In the case of Bangladesh, I believe there is large opportunity to improve and work with suppliers on how the policies needs to be in order to make it more effective for private sector investments in renewable energy. So it's profitable and effective to do these investments. And here I applaud those that are working with the government already, and I would encourage those that are not yet doing that to work with the government to improve, where necessary and if needed, the policies enabling you to make these investments. So, having that said, there is more to say, of course. But having that said, I will need to end my remarks. And again, I encourage all of you here in the room to make sure that we focus on solutions, actions that we can take, that we're just not discussing problems, but actually collaboration, how we come together, and not throwing pies on each other, because again, the solutions are in the room. The great crowd that we have here, we all sit on the competence, on the solutions to bring this industry even more forward. One of the most important industries for the global textile industry of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierre Bourriasson. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sheikh Fazli Fahim, President of Federation of Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industries, is not here with us today. He's conveyed his deepest apologies. Now, I would like to request His Excellency, Mr. Benoit Profontaine, Honorable High Commissioner, High Commission of Canada to Bangladesh, to please come up and say a few words.
Honorable Mayor, Honorable State Minister of Foreign Affairs, Excellencies and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me today. I think they must have seen me speak before because they've asked me to keep my remarks to 3 minutes or less. So this forced me to think about what I wanted to convey this morning to this audience. And first of all, it's important to celebrate Bangladesh's success as the world's second largest global apparel exporter. And increasingly, that success will depend on the commitment of stakeholders in finding ways to make this industry more sustainable. Canada, like many other countries who are friends of Bangladesh, wants to be your partner. We understand the importance of the RMG sector for the workers, for the economy, and for the social and industrial development of Bangladesh. That's why the Government of Canada has been providing nearly $20 million in grants since 2013 through the International Labour Organization, specifically for improving working conditions and for sustainable remediation in RMG. Canada has also maintained its unilateral tariff preferences, which allows Bangladesh RMG products to enter Canada duty-free. And this has created a huge trade surplus for your country. In exchange, Canadian citizens hope to see continued progress in several areas of the RMG sector. Whenever I visit Canada, I can tell you that I receive many questions about factory inspections, worker safety, the fairness of labor practices. These are issues of interest to the Canadian media and to ordinary Canadian citizens. Likewise, I can tell you that Canadian importers and retailers are under constant scrutiny regarding their supply chains and the impact of their decisions on the population of countries such as Bangladesh. Canada wants to contribute to a positive shift in workplace culture because worker safety is not only important to the workers and their families, but also to the Made in Bangladesh brand. Bangladesh is on its way to building a culture of occupational health and safety, and this is vitally important for the continuity of what has been happening here. In order to remain competitive and bring further benefits to Bangladesh, it's critical for stakeholders engaged in the apparel sector to persevere in implementing reforms and stay focused on achieving the sustainability of all of these reforms. And you can count on Canada's continued support. Merci beaucoup. Shobhaike Donnobad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Benoit Prefontaine. Now I request our guest of honor, Mr. Mohammad Shahriar Alam MP, Honorable State Minister, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, to please come up and say a few words.
Honorable Mayor of Dhaka North City Corporation, Mr. Mohammad Atikul Islam, Excellency Beno Profente, High Commissioner of Canada in Bangladesh. Sheikh Fahim is not here, but hopefully he has all his prayers and thoughts for us. Mr. Pierre, Head of Sustainability, Global Production H&M Group. And I must confess that when I left business 12 years ago, I don't think any of the major retailers had any such position to call Head of Sustainability. So that's a transformation I have witnessed in the last 1 decade as well. And I'm sure there are many in the audience. Mr. Mohiddin Rubel, Director, BGMEA and Managing Director of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Quite a few very well-known faces after some time. Friends from media, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, stakeholders, journalists. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. As much as you are, I'm absolutely delighted to join this Sustainable Apparel Forum here today, this morning. I must commend Bangladesh Apparel Exchange and BGMEA and all the stakeholders who has joined hands and collaborated this fantastic enterprise. I believe this event would be an innovative way to showcase Bangladesh's potential growth opportunities as well as the challenges of our apparel industry that we are currently facing. Ladies and gentlemen, our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, envisioned a poverty-free Bangladesh almost 50 years ago. 4 decades since, his daughter, none other than Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, is steadfast in realizing that dream. This is manifest in the government's avowed visions of graduating Bangladesh from a lower income country to a middle income country by 2021 and a developed country by 2041. In global platforms, as many often ask me of Bangladesh's approach to economic growth and industrialization, I underline our focus on people in each economic activity and growth path based on sustainable development, in line with Honorable Prime Minister's commitment to people of 160 million. For us, ensuring safety, dignity, and well-being of every Bangladeshi at work is of primary concern. In this journey, we do not see any trade-off between profit and people. That is a key strength of Bangladesh's development model. Our confidence emanates from our growth experience over past decades, growing at over 6%, which is now well over 8%. Our people and entrepreneurs continue to show much resilience and innovation in course of attaining the key social and economic development goals. The journey of Bangladesh RMG should also underline how the growth of an industry can contribute to attainment of right to development, democracy, and human rights of individuals. This is the backdrop of the contemporary Bangladesh RMG and knitwear sector. With significant contribution to exports, GDP, employment, and to empowerment, the sector is inextricably twined to contemporary Bangladesh's success story. For millions across generations, particularly in rural Bangladesh, the industry transformed lives and livelihoods, provided social goods, gave them voices. The industry contributed to attaining equity across economic and social groups. In the process, our youth workforce has demonstrated their skills, efficiencies, and determination. Our entrepreneurs, some of them are present here today, has weathered challenges and ventured into new lands and areas. Contemporary Bangladesh RMG and textile sector is going through a major transformation, like other sectors of our economy and society. Emergence of fourth industrial technologies has changed many conventional business models of this sector. Meaningful exchange of knowledge can make sustainability easier for the manufacturing excellence across the industry. The industry and the government have been trying to bring in changes wherever and whatever necessary. We have embarked on addressing the gaps, limitations, and constraints. To date, engagement of Bangladesh has been vindicated by a range of policy, institutional, and legislative arrangements and measures taken both by the government and the industry. From Paris through Geneva, Brussels to Washington, rapidity and sincerity of Bangladesh's engagement have received recognition. Being engaged in the global discourses, I note that within the evolving global RMG supply chain, the global brands also required to deliver on their commitments at similar pace. Their due response is crucial to make the entire industry and the supply chain compliant, competitive, caring. End of the day, manufacturing is a collaborative enterprise and is about shared responsibility. Full appreciation and realization of respective roles and responsibilities can truly sustain global supply chain in an industry as RMG. This is all the more so in the context of responsible business conduct that the global stakeholder plays to. Ladies and gentlemen, I must not forgetful to appreciate all our friends across the world, and some of you are well represented here, in government, in business, and in media, civil society, and academia, for reposing their unfettered confidence and trust in Bangladesh. Let me express my sincere thanks once again to Bangladesh Apparel Exchange and BGMEA for organizing the Sustainability Apparel Forum 2019. I'm confident that the ideas and knowledge to be shared in this event will facilitate our journey towards sustainability. I thank you all. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangladesh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammad Shahriar Alam MP, Honorable State Minister. Now I request our Chief Guest, Mr. Muhammad Atikul Islam, Honorable Mayor of Dhaka North City Corporation and former President of BGMA, to please come up and say a few words.
Mr. Shahriar Alam, MP, Honorable State Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Excellency Mr. Benoit Parfortain, High Commissioner of Canada, Mr. Pierre Eberson, Head Sustainability Global Product, H&M, Mr. Mohiuddin Rubel, Director, BGMEA, Managing Director, Bangladesh Apparel Exchange BAE, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow friends, electronic and print media, good morning to all of you. It's a lovely morning. Before I start, I'd like to give my heartiest thanks to Mr. Mustafiz Rahman. Give a big clap for him. Where is Mustafiz? Such a wonderful event, still he's not here. Still he's working. He is working, he is working. That is Mustafiz. So really, under his leadership, today is a big branding about the Bangladesh. So I must give a thanks, special thanks to Mustafiz and all his team to work to have such a wonderful event. Really will appreciate of Mustafiz. If you see the social sustainability, which we are ensuring that through our tireless efforts to our workers' safety, workers' rights, well-being, and dignity. And we are very much committed to our workers for the well-being, for the dignity, and for the safety. So I must say, under the leadership of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, now we are issuing our garments industry a big tag. The tag is Made in Bangladesh with Pride, because we are ensuring the dignity, safety, and the well-being to our workers. If you see the environment sustainability, we all know Bangladesh is at least the developed country. We all know that we are one of the least carbon emitting countries per capita in the world. Do you know that our globally leaders in green industrial already? We have 101 LEED certified factories now, and 500 more are in the pipeline. Third, the economic sustainability. Now this is where we have a unusual silence. We all agree to the fact that to make a factory safer, socially and environmentally compliant, we need to consider huge investment and cost. But there are hardly any position to get financing at competitive cost. So I thank the organizer for duly giving emphasis on this issue. As I can see, this is a session of purchasing practice and their impact on supplier. US Senator was saying Bangladesh, which is used to be termed as a basket case, is now is a basket full of wonders. One such wonders is the success of our apparel industry. Have anyone have thought that a country which does not have produced cotton will be the second largest apparel exporter in the world? But we have achieved what people could not even dream of within 35 years of our journey. Bangladesh has become the second largest apparel exporting country in the world. We exported $34 billion worth apparel last year. Our government has visioned Bangladesh a middle-income country by 2021 and developed country by 2041. Our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is leading the country towards that direction. In line with the government vision, BGMA has set a target to reach $50 billion from garments export by 2021. This is not over-ambitious, but the journey is not going to be easy for us as well. We cannot achieve this target if we all us are not together, share responsibilities, and help to us to become more sustainable. Without sustainability plan, no business could prosper. Bangladesh is a new era of industrialization, being probably the safest apparel industry in the world. We know the pain the industry has suffered to achieve this position. We know how committed our buyers, government, and development partners supported us. But what is more important is to maintain this standard and continue the safety culture in the country. I hope with all of your continuing support, we will be able to keep the momentum of positive transformation. So it is vital for all of us to continue this journey for collaboration and support us the continue of the positive transformation. Support us make the lives of 4.4 million direct workers and 10 million people who are directly and indirectly depending on this sector. I hope this should be the spirit of the day. Let's stand ourselves committed. Thank you very much. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of the opening plenary. Thank you very much, Honorable Speakers. You may take your seats now, or at your tables. I would like to request Honorable Speakers to stay a little more for the group photograph. Requesting Mr. Mustafizuddin to please come up on stage to be a part of the photograph. Thank you very much, honorable speakers.
Keep up the great work. Likewise. Oh, when did you join? 15 years back. 15 years back. Yeah, great.
Honorable attendees, now we are all set to start our prime segment, interactive plenary sessions and presentations, where you will find insights and solutions to the most pressing problems of sustainable apparel manufacturing. Please also note that during the plenary sessions and presentations, we will be conducting digital opinion polls. The identity card given to you at registration desk has a QR code printed at the back. You can scan the code and participate at the polls. At the end of the session, honorable moderator of the session will announce the poll results. To participate at the polls, you can use free Wi-Fi SAF 2019 using password SAF at 2019. The poll results will be announced by moderator after the session's discussion. The first plenary session of today's event is titled Redefining Industrial Relation in Bangladesh RMG Industry for Sustainable Growth. This session will explore the challenges and solutions regarding sustainable industrial relations management. Experts will share insights on how redefining industrial relations in Bangladesh can help manufacturers to get more competitive and sustainable. Now I'm requesting the moderator of this session, Mr. Tuomo Putiainen, Country Director, International Labour Organizer, to please come up on stage. I would like to request the speakers, Mr. John Smith Shreen, Director of Economic Growth Office of USAID Bangladesh, to please come up on stage as well. To join him on stage, I would like to request Ms. Nazma Akhtar, President of Shommilito Garments Shromik Federation, Executive Director of Awaj Foundation, Mr. Peter McAllister, Executive Director of Ethical Trading Initiative. I would like to request Professor Mohammad Abdul Momen, Director of BGMEA and Pride Group, to please come as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Winnie Estrup Peterson, Ambassador of Embassy of Denmark to Bangladesh, has given her apologies for not being able to hear with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, this session has been allocated 45 minutes time. We request everybody to maintain the schedule so that we can allocate equal time to all the plenary sessions. Thank you and enjoy the expert discussion.
So thank you and good morning to you all. First of all, it's a great pleasure for me from the ILO to be here today to facilitate this important session. And it will not come as a surprise to you why the ILO is keen on facilitating a discussion on social dialogue and industrial relations. We are actually celebrating our 100 years of existence as ILO this year, and social dialogue and industrial relations have been a core foundation of the organization's work ever since. And of course, here in Bangladesh, in the garment industry in particular, this has taken a big turns in the last 7 years. We've seen quite a lot of positive improvements and positive directions in terms of addressing industrial relations, and also having a bigger awareness of what it means to actually engage in social dialogue and what it means to have trade unions, employers discussing together and having government to facilitate those discussions and having an enabling environment for improvement of industrial relations. I think that's the gist of today's discussion, and we have a bit of a menu of questions. Really, what we want to hear from the panelists is various views around moving forward and looking forward. As we heard from the opening remarks, you know, Bangladesh is growing, it's getting stronger, it's becoming a developing country. What is the role of industrial relations in that regard? What would the future entail from the perspective of employers, trade unions, and expert organizations? So with that, and considering the time, I would dive in to starting the discussions. I would ask first Mr. Momen from the employer's side, a bit of an opening in terms of what, in your view, in Bangladesh, you know, what kind of developments, what kind of challenges and improvements do you see in developing sound industrial relations systems?
Thank you very much, and very good morning to you all. I think Bangladesh has, over the years, it's been an industry of almost 30 plus years. And during this time, we have gone through many hurdles and many challenges. And we have also learned a lot during the process and corrected certain things that were challenging the industry in many different ways. So now, as you have already heard, that we have invested heavily into the safety aspect of the industry. It is now a very secure and very safe environment that we have provided for the industry, for the people at work. All those benefits and both financial and non-financial benefits that were there, many of those has been addressed, and the worker relations have improved a great deal, which you can see from the peaceful atmosphere that is existing largely in the entire industry. So I think that our past experience has been a learning experience for us, and in the process we have invested into many areas, human safety and other areas, training, etc., to be a sustainable industry in general. I think that would be my opening comments.
Thank you. I'll hop over to Nazma, representing the representative trade unions here in Bangladesh. What would you, first of all, say to that? And what do you think is the role of collective bargaining and engaging directly between the trade unions and management in creating good industrial relations? Nazma.
Okay, thank you, Tomu. I'm not going to the occupational health and safety issues because it's part of the, if we have the industrial relation, obviously it will work out. So what I believe in the industrial relation, we need to be trust building in between workers and management, which is very important. And what we do, and we are trying to build the capacity to the management as well as the workers. Both are the leader and leadership position, and they need to be reduce the gap, and they need to be trust each other, which is, I believe, and most of the cases in my union, which is I found very responsible and very positive from the factory management also, because here is also some of the factory management who already signed the collective bargaining agreement. So we believe that, and mostly we believe if we really wanted to sustainable industrial relation in Bangladesh, it should be women leadership and women participation in the factory level, in the grassroots level. Otherwise, it's not from the people are talking the theoretical things. So we need to be practical ground. So in this regard, we need to be aware, and education is more important, how the industrial relation will be grow up. And also I think that another thing, so the brand and retailer who are producing in Bangladesh and our other countries in Bangladesh, they have to be a responsible purchasing behavior also if we really wanted to industrial relation, because many cases also the brand said how we have to ensure if we pay extra penny or money and goes to the workers. This is the system where they have the collective bargaining agreement, where the manufacturer are giving beyond the laws the benefit. That means they are giving additional things. So most of the case when we are going for the negotiation on collective bargaining issues, we have big challenges. The brand or buyer will be increase some price. They will give extra benefit. So these are the issue we need to be, and respect is very important. And I'm very much happy also, many of the factory level management, they are eager to be joined in the union and wanted to be interested to work with them because they also found very much interesting social dialogue within their factory. Even I can tell you, in 2016, the Ashulia unrest, even last year labor unrest, where the factory has union and management has good industrial relation. There is no labor unrest, there is no fighting, there is nothing. So that seems to me the work company and workers are same boat and they are fighting for this. So that is why the Bangladesh government has to be ensuring how to implement our local legislation. And main things, the corruption is big problem for each and every layer. It's not I'm talking the manufacturer, not within the workers also. So how we have to reduce those gaps and how we have to work and how respect those women who are producing for the apparel brand. So like we have another things if we really wanted to do, like examples, H&M has global framework agreement with the Industrial Global Union. So we are also working on this area, and many cases also we reduce a lot of things. So that is why we need to be respect, dignity, more wages, more price, and better education and understanding. Then we can get the proper sustainable industrial relation. And you know the women, they can do anything because they have family, they have husband, they have children, they have to work, they have to earn money. So they can do the better thing. So that is why we need how the garments industry, the way we in our union work, more than 70% female are in the leadership. So I hope those kind of things, even the H&M sustainability head also told the women empowerment issues. So these kind of things, I'm talking a little bit more, but it's important. And this is the things because, you know, if workers' management are happy, it's also impact in the productivity. Because we are asking for more prices, more things. It will never work because this is the competition market. That is why the industrial relation, productivity, trust, these are things need to be improved. So we need to work on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we certainly will come back to you on that. So moving away from rhetorics to results, and also referencing the role of the brands and buyers, many of whom are here today. I would like to hear from Peter, from the Ethical Trade Initiative. You work on these issues globally, on not only in the garment industry, on many supply chains. What would you see as the golden standard for improved labor management relations going forwards, and of course, particularly here in Bangladesh, which we know that you've been working with Bangladesh for a long time?
Thank you, Tomo, and good morning to everybody. So there is a common thing that we see, not just in the Bangladesh garment industry, and not just in this sector, and that starts with the attitudes of owners and managers. If owners and managers value workers as part of the success factor, that changing culture, that approach to industrial relations is easy to build on. If that realization or that respect is not there, then industrial relations becomes a sham. And of course, the success of business and the sustainability of the garment sector in the future is going to be even more dependent, even more reliant on attracting, retaining, and making the best of skilled labor force. So to do that, there needs to be meaningful forms of engagement. So as you said, Tomo, and ILO obviously does this in many places, you often have to start with the basics. That's about attitudinal change. In Bangladesh here, you have the participatory workers' committees as a legal requirement, and there's been lots of good work by a number of organizations that can demonstrate that these can be a stepping stone. But then, as Nazma says, that's no replacement ultimately for proper trade unions engaging with management, doing their work, and responding and reflecting the needs of workers. The other part of the story, of course, is there's a responsibility on workers as well. And again, typically our experience, whether that's been in farms in South Africa or garment industry in Cambodia or in Bangladesh itself, most of the problem for workers is the opportunity to participate. It's the barriers placed in front of them, whether that's language or structure or simply time, to express themselves, to engage, to offer their solutions, and to be part of solving problems rather than perceived as the problem. Of course, it's not a panacea. There is time and investment required. Workers often need the support of organizations that can help them build their negotiating skills, their confidence, and these things will go through troubles. But that long-term investment is in the interest of business, it's in the interest of workers, and it certainly needs to underpin long-term sustainability in the industry in Bangladesh.
And now I look at John, who is from the USA. It's a very big organization here working on many fronts of economic development. How, in your view, employers and workers can indeed come together to promote these very principles of freedom of association, collective bargaining, and having those abilities and capacity to engage in industrial relations?
Thank you, Tomo. And let me just say, I'm thrilled to be here in Bangladesh. My wife and I arrived just 4 short months ago to work with USAID on economic growth opportunities. And there are so many opportunities here. Bangladesh is so dynamic. If you look at a whole host of indicators over the last 30 years, the economy has tripled. Extreme poverty down by 60%, access to electricity at 93%, a whole host of health indicators improving. There is so much happening here, and the textile industry and ready-made garments have been at the forefront in terms of pushing trade and exports. 80% of trade can be attributed to the textile industry. So that's significant and phenomenal. Having such a large concentration in one sector also creates a vulnerability. And to address that vulnerability, diversification of economic output is necessary, and resilience within the ready-made garment sector is also important. So it begs the question how to address resiliency. I think my colleagues have started broaching that topic of dialogue, of freedom of association, of collective bargaining, of forming partnerships between workers and management. That's why events like this are so very important, to get that dialogue going, to sow the seeds, to create more awareness of best practices, what's happening in other places around the world, to help Bangladesh really secure a leadership role within the Indo-Pacific region and within the global economy. One of the earlier speakers pointed out many manufacturers, many distributors of garments are actually quite interested in what's happening in the factories where those garments are produced. Just last week, USAID signed a new partnership agreement with Vision Spring. And the idea is very simple. It's to work in approximately 100 factories in Chittagong, in Gazipur, and in Dhaka, with about 85,000 textile workers, to test their eyes, to make sure that workers that are making garments don't have vision problems, and when they do have vision problems, to provide high quality and inexpensive eyeglasses to help them with those problems. More importantly, to institutionalize these practices within the garment industry. So that's very, very important. This is a new agreement, and as I think other speakers have pointed out before, issues of environment, safety, and health are important because it's the right thing to do, but it's also the productive thing to do. Environment, safety, and health equals better productivity. Dhanyabad.
Thank you, and you give us a bit of a bridge because the next question is really about productivity, innovation, and moving forward, no? So I want to first ask Peter, and then I come back to Nazma, you, and to Mr. Momen here as well, on your views on it. So, looking at the challenges that the industry faces and the opportunities within, and particularly automation and innovation and actually becoming that sustainable industry that we all wish for, how do you see the role of industrial relations in that? What can the workers and employers do together to make it happen? Because at the end of the day, we are all in this together, no?
I think that's the key point. Change often can be exciting, and there are a lot of conversations going on in this sector about the possibilities to drive increased efficiency, productivity, use of data, digitalization, and automation. At the same time, that's quite scary. As a businessman, are you going to be ahead of that curve, or are you going to be behind? And as a worker, are you going to find a new place in this incredible, interesting future, or are you going to be left out? So I think industrial relations is part of the key cornerstone of making those changes work. Without good dialogue, without engagement, without the opportunity to involve workers, without the ability to spot those who have the opportunity for upskilling, you're more likely to deal with strife, conflict, and problems. And this beautiful future, this amazing automation that we're all promised, may be actually a source of frustration rather than a new source of next level of industrial growth, next level of creativity, next level of productivity. So I would say that it's absolutely vital to be building those industrial relations now, getting that involvement and that engagement as you start to look into some of the changes that are going to come through development, productivity, automation, as we've talked about. And this goes back, this is not just me talking as someone who reads the book, but as a young industrial engineer in a car plant trying to drive change. I got it all wrong right from the get-go. And I had to learn this the hard way. Workers know so much about what goes on. They can be so passionate about engaging in that future if they feel part of it. If they don't feel part of it, they will find 100 different ways to resist change and cause problems. So industrial relations absolutely vital to this new future that we're talking about.
Thank you. And Nazma, you referenced it earlier. And let's be honest about it, not all workplaces are equally nice and have good working relationships, no? So there's still quite a lot to do in some of the workplaces in terms of the basics. But of course, in some workplaces, there is an opportunity to work on issues such as productivity, common vision going forward in terms of addressing automation and changes. Could you talk about that? What in your view is the trade union's role in that process going forward?
Thank you, because I also told that related productivity issues. So that is why also we need to build the capacity how we can get the productivity, so which is also can contribute the union and the management. Both also need to be understood and both need to be also aware about the productivity issues. And another thing I also think, if we really want to sustainability our industry, we need to be long-term industrial relation or business relation with the brand, with the union and the companies. So I think these kind of things are very important, because we have union, we have good sign, but next morning the brand get good price to move the business. That's not sustainable. It's a global supply chain. Each and everyone should be fair and transparent. So this is the challenge we need to be reduced. And another things, I think there is, if we really wanted to productivity, also wanted to be workers more wages and benefit, then we have to sign the act. As you know, the Industrial Global Union, I'm the part of the industrial. So we are signing 21 brand already signed an action collaboration on the textile sector about the act. So I think the accord, you know, in Bangladesh, more than 300 brands are producing. So there was like 220 brand was signed the accord. That is why it's easy to remediation and action for the safety issues. So as long as not more brands are signing, I don't think it will be work. So here is many brand and other people to encourage, and we request also sign the act and increase these things. And one thing I can tell you as a part of the industrial, I have a lot of experience, and I am also going different place in the supply chain. And I'm the best and expert. Sometimes I'm going different country. How we organize female women workers in the textile sector or different sector, and how is a better industrial relation. If we compare with the Bangladesh to other country, even Myanmar, Vietnam, Cambodia, Ethiopia, who are the big, the Bangladesh is the best for the social dialogue and industrial relation, which is I seen, which is I do, and which is I believe, because Bangladesh has a big problem, image and reputation, because we are not much talking about our good thing, we are talk more our bad thing, but we need to be branding. So that is why the BGME themselves has to believe the industrial relation and social dialogue, because as a company, if they don't believe, it will not work, and government should be enforced for these are the issues. And ILO, you have also a lot of responsibility on the social dialogue issues. So, we need to be all fair and transparent, and we need to be work, and we have to get respect each and every corner. I think that could be the solution.
Thank you. So really a common effort. Mr. Momen, from the BGMA side, and also as an entrepreneur and a businessman, how would you see the role of industrial relations in terms of productivity? How would you see that businesses can connect and talk to workers and align together for better productivity? And
Thank you again. I see that the industry is, when we talk about fourth industrial revolution, there will be a lot of changes that will take place in the industry, the way we do things now. And it is not that we are talking about, is it a distant future? It is already now. Even in Bangladesh, we have seen, especially in the sweater manufacturing, it was largely manual manufacturing process, which has been robotized with a new replacement. So the industry, what it did probably, now the worker requirements is much less compared to and also the skill set is totally different. So they have retrained them, and they have been, they have learned to accommodate the new technology into it. So more and more challenges are coming. Industrial relations is actually a very important aspect in embracing those innovations that are coming up, because there were a lot of job losses and there were a lot of new jobs created. So now industry altogether, both the workers, the unions, and the management has to work together to retrain and to accommodate those changes in the industry to facilitate it. So I do see a huge importance of having a greater industrial relations in facing those challenges in the future. And this is not that it is absolutely distant and it's remote, it's not going to touch us, but we see already talk is going on that jobs will be onshoring, jobs will be nearshoring. The challenge is for all of us, not just the management, the workers, the management, and the industry in general. Thank you.
thank you. And we have one more segment after this segment. So I ask one question from Peter on industrial relations, and then we move to the last segment of the discussion. What approaches, Peter, do you think that buyers, what is their role in promoting this kind of adaptation to changes and this kind of positive outlook for industrial relations going forward? What is your global experience, and what would you encourage Bangladesh to look into?
Thank you, Choma. As I said at the beginning, for the employers, there's an issue of attitudes and realization. Not suggesting there aren't good employers, there are. But it's the same with buyers. We see some buyers who really understand the value of workers, are involved in things like ACT moving forward, but it's still not the norm. And I think, therefore, my call would be that there's an absence of a vision for this industry that links consumers all the way through to decent working opportunities, decent working conditions for the workers in Bangladesh and the other sourcing markets. And it's not good enough to have a vision, it's also important to have a practical roadmap. And part of that practical roadmap is that good industrial relations should underpin the future vision of this industry. Without that, we're going to see, and I'm sounding like a stuck record, challenges and problems that can consistently bedevil this industry rather than realize its full potential. So I think buyers' partnerships with suppliers have got to move beyond compliance. Compliance and audit will not drive the sort of progressive industrial relations, the partnerships, the shared ownership, the shared value that this industry is going to need in the future. I get the value of audit and I get the value of compliance, but it's just not the progressive force that's going to drive the sustainability agenda in the long run. I've already mentioned ACT. I think ACT is a great vehicle where you've got in real industrial relations from key global leaders from the trade union side and the industry side trying to work this out. But we need more people to be behind that. We need the critical momentum to make that work. Our own experience is to try and turn these things from scary concepts like freedom of association for buyers into very practical things they can do, very practical steps they can take or partnerships that they can join and make that very real. So people like ETI and others have a role to play in joining up the links, if you like, and turning the rhetoric into very practical opportunities. And there are buyers, as I say, that are experimenting with this. But last but not least, I guess, is, and a number of people have mentioned this industry, to a large extent, has been built on the basis of the next order or the next season. And I hear more and more talk about partnerships. And I really believe the future, if we're serious about sustainability, has got to be built on those partnerships. Industrial relations at a factory level, industrial relations at a national level, partnership between suppliers and buyers, and that we really realize the potential this industry has. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're opening the last segment, which is really about gender inclusiveness. And we heard a lot about how the industry has been at the forefront of empowering women and providing productive employment. We at the ILO just this year actually had a vote for a new convention, which is on harassment and violence at work, an issue that we all know that is actually quite important and needs to continue to be addressed. But there's so much more to women's empowerment and inclusiveness than that. John, you and USAID, you work a lot on women's empowerment also in the garment industry. How do you see going forward, recognizing the challenges of the industry going ahead, you know, the duress, the opportunities, how do you see that the industry can do more and better in terms of gender inclusiveness and women's empowerment?
We view this as a very important, in fact critical issue to promote sustainable and inclusive economic growth. And when we talk about economic growth, we put those two qualifiers in front of it. Let me share a few past examples with you. Right out of university, when I was 22 years old, I joined the Peace Corps and I went off and worked in Cameroon in aquaculture as an extension agent. And I worked there for a couple of years and I came back and went to graduate school. And one of my professors asked me, well, are you sure you weren't working with the husbands of the farmers? And I thought about it. And in fact, everyone I was working with was a man, and yet certainly women were involved with agriculture production. So for 2 years, I had missed that. I had the real pleasure of being in Kenya in 2015 when President Obama came through. And he spoke to many different groups while he was there, but one of his comments really resonated with me. If a country fails to educate the girl child, if a country fails to employ its women, it will fail in the global marketplace. And those were really powerful words, certainly coming from President Obama, but something that I think our agency, USAID, truly believes in. You have to engage productively with half of the population. By not doing so, you're missing out on issues that affect productivity. Now, how do you go about doing that is the key. And I think we've talked about it earlier too, but we're really talking about a change in cultures that needs to happen from within factories, within institutions, I would argue, within the school system in Bangladesh. We're talking about compliance, so as rules and regulations and policies are put in place, that there's a system to track and ensure that what the leadership has agreed to is actually being implemented. And it will take investment, an investment of capital, perhaps in technologies, perhaps in changes in terms of policies, rules, and regulations. In the end, you will drive economic growth and you will increase productivity within your own factories. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Nasma and Momen on the same question. What do you see in terms of going forward with women's voice and women's participation in doing things better in the future? Be you a worker or be you a manager? Nasma and then Momen.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, the gender-based violence issues and women empowerment, it's not only the workplace issues, it's also intimacy, partner violence, also family, also it's a big challenge. It's a patriotic and male-dominating society. So it's a big challenge for both sides, in the family, in the workplace, because women should be quiet, women should earn, give the money. So this theory we are trying to change. And if we are talking about the Bangladesh perspective of the gender-based issues, we don't have any gender-based violence law at the workplace, which is one of the challenges. We have the guideline from the High Court verdict. So many cases is very challenging for us to make understand to the company there is no law why you have to do this kind of things. Even the ILO Convention 190 this year, Bangladesh government should be ratified. That is the two issue we need to from the government side. Other than most of the cases, we need to make understand, especially the men, what are the related issue, the gender-based violence. Because the gender-based violence, people norms, is not only Bangladesh, especially in our South Asian region, it's like sexual harassment, rape, those kind of issue. But the behavior, attitude, maternity protection, job, discrimination, these all are related. And it's also very much affected their cost in the productivity when the women are not satisfied. Because many cases also we found that the girls are talking that if the man is beaten me, I accept. The behavior, the vulgar and slang use, this is not acceptable. So this kind of awareness and education is very important and sensitize the gender-based violence issues. And most of our union, we are trying to establish anti-harassment committee in the factory, and it is very well functionable. And also it's a free, when you have the union and industrial relation, workers are not fear, not hiding secret. So it's very transparent and easy to resolve the issues. So if we are hiding and wanted to be secret, then the bad, rotten smell will come out very badly. So that is why we need to start from the very bottom, how we have to go forward. Thank you.
So a matter to be taken with utmost seriousness going forward. Mr. Momen, how would you see the employer's role in advancing both addressing issues which Nasmat has referred, but also advancing women management and career opportunities in the industry?
There has been a verdict by the Supreme Court in 2009 where the factories, not only factories, all organizations in Bangladesh is required to have a sexual harassment committee within the organization, and it has to be a women majority committee. So at BGMEA, we have received this, and we have actually instructed our factories to start having those committees to sort of address the issues of sexual harassment. So what we have seen that what is reported can be addressed. There are many issues that are not reported, as Najma already mentioned, that there are certain things that people, they don't feel confident about. So we need to have that awareness built within the organization, and for that this thing come up, and also there is a lack of understanding of the definition of what harassment entails. That needs to be also very much clear, because there are some cultural issues, there are some, that could be sort of camouflaged with the cultural sort of things. So those needs to be cleared up more, so that we know distinctly, we understand and realize this was an harassment issue. Regarding having women into the leadership within the organization, I think the management of every factory will be more than happy to have that. But I see again there is a lack of confidence, a lack of awareness. Not only that opportunities are lacking, there's also opportunities could also be lacking, and at the same time there's a lack of confidence on the part of and also the fear of taking responsibility, as I see is there in the women leadership, women in the organization to take the leadership role. But what we have seen or noticed in other sectors or in other countries, that is a discriminatory pay that is not there in this industry. That is for sure. So this is something very encouraging here. So the women leadership, if as management we want to engage them, and we have got advantages of having women leaders. We have seen this in this country in many different sectors. So that is not something that management would be resistant to. Rather, we welcome that. So, but there needs to be more awareness built in this area, so that more and more ladies can come up in the leadership role.
So thank you. So really addressing the barriers to that and working together to do so, but I hear a strong voice of support from the BGMA side. Last round of comments, and it's really to have your views on how to address the distrust and the distance between the employers and workers in relation to positive industrial relations. I mean, this is a very positive panel, no? So we don't seem to have much of a disagreement on the value of social dialogue and industrial relations. But how do you address that distrust? Because it still lingers there. We still see it poking its head occasionally when there are issues that need to be addressed. How do you reduce that gap? One round and then we close. Who would like to start? Nasma, please.
Thank you. The mistrust, if we want to really reduce, it should be first started from myself. If I'm not trust anyone, then how I do ask anyone? So that is why we need to trust each and everyone, and we have to show the positive things. And if we are thinking, yeah, there is a lot of challenges, struggle, but how we have to overcome, that kind of quality we need to be established. It doesn't matter the woman and man, it's in each and everywhere, and especially from the business side, they have to trust their workers, because without them, they cannot be the tiger, because they are not, because this is the issues, because this is new word I learned from the last social dialogue program in FNB in Netherlands, said the manufacturer are tiger, the goats are workers, and I said no, we are the tiger, they are the goats, because we are the productivities. So this respect is very important, and political commitment is very important from the leadership, like union side as well as the manufacturer side, also important, and government should be, which is right, which is wrong, and which are the unfair labor practices, they have to be fairly treated. Otherwise it will not work, because sometimes if you are feeling I'm allergic and you need to be in the audience, Nazma, here, but you don't believe, it will not work. So that kind of things, and we have to be branding Bangladesh, we are trusting. We are really doing excellent job, but there is no campaign, there is no publicity. So we need to find out which factory is best, what they are doing, and how they do, and how it's possible. So that kind of things we have to, good practice, we need to practice everywhere, and we need to implement within our factory, within our supplier, and this should be BGME take learn, because auto machine, how affected, how the union functioning in our country, the safety issue, many things can people learn from us, but we are not trust and we don't respect each other. So please come and let us work together and respect each other. That is my urge to everyone.
Thank you. Peter, maybe your views in terms of this?
Yeah, this is what ETI does day to day, and I think there's a couple of things we've learned. Firstly, you have to have a common purpose. There has to be a basis on which to develop that trust, and I think in this industry, the common purpose is the success of the industry and its contribution to the country. The second thing is you need a process. You can't just go from no trust to trust, and therefore you need a process which brings people together, which experiments in dialogue, which learns. And learning is an important part of that, and then building on that process. And thirdly, in most cases, you need some sort of steward or arbiter to help parties who are not used to collaborating learn to collaborate effectively. And we've seen it time and time again. People who start off from very different positions, if you can build that common purpose, if you can reassure them there is a process where all parties are respected, if there is a skilled steward to help through the lumps and bumps, you will find out you can either solve problems that seemed intractable or you can do more together than you could have done individually. But it takes time, it takes courage, and it takes someone just to take that first step forward.
So skilled steward, I like that, having, of course, institutions that allow for social dialogue, but also having the quality of those discussions and leadership in terms of those discussions. John, what would you say from the USAID and developmental partners' perspective?
Definitely agree with what Nazma and Peter have just shared. Being from within the development sector, I tend to be a perpetual optimist. I agree that there is distrust within factories, between management and workers, but there's plenty of examples where trust has been built. There is plenty that is going well in Bangladesh today. So dialogue is certainly important, showing how each side can gain, putting the process in place. All of these things are critically important to changing the culture. The culture within a particular factory is actually a reflection of the broader culture within a society. And cultures change. Does that mean my time is over?
I guess we are getting close, at least.
Cultures change and evolve over time, and things are changing here in Bangladesh. A key element is identifying champions from within inside the industry that are doing things well, and those champions exist. Many are sitting in the room here today, and to have them speak and showcase the very good practices that are occurring in Bangladesh today. Thank you.
So thank you. I like that too. It's recognizing the challenge, but celebrating the positives within. Mr. Momen and BGMA, well, how would you see this going forward?
I would like to be the same optimist as Peter is. So I'm also an optimist. What I see is that, okay, traditionally there exists some sort of mistrust between the unionists and the management that is understood and that has been taken care of, and we have resolved a great deal of it. As you can see, we are speaking the same language as Nazma and myself. But what I'm going to add here, when you send me those questions, this was there, but I see you are not asking me. That's why I'm posing the question to myself, is that, I mean, we see mistrust between the buyers and the supply chain, and we also see a different thing. Whenever we see the high-level sustainability officers coming here, they talk certain things. But whenever we meet in the micro meetings with the buyers, they talk something else. So they said, okay, these are requirements that you have to comply if you want to be my supplier. But, to be sustainable, whether economic, to be environmentally sustainable, to be caring and given a caring environment to take care of our workers, right? There has to be an economic sustainability. So you talk about pricing on a daily basis, and you say these are okay. I don't care what you have to do, but you have to do that to be my vendor. But this is my price that I want. So if you don't have that kind of economic sustainability, how come we'll have the whole entire industry will survive? And you see, I have been in meetings where I was threatened that if you don't accept this price, this order is going to some other country, naming a country which is just emerging. So this is something where the trust is missing also, that is not normally talked about, but this also not to be brought to surface, and that trust has to be built as well.
Thank you. So that references the role of the brands and buyers also, and the relationship between the suppliers and brands. We are closing, so thank you for the panelists. I think there was a bit of in the screen, there was a recognition of the importance of continuing work on industrial relations. You know, there was at least 93% said that this continues to be something extremely valuable going forward. I want to thank the panelists. You know, I think it was a very positive, forward-looking panel. From the ILO perspective, we of course want to continue to work with all of you on building the basis of better industrial relations, the environment, the legislative space, but also the practice. I think Nasma very correctly put, from rhetorics to results. You know, it has to be something that actually has a meaning in the enterprise level relationships, not just talk. With that, thank you so much, and we'll move to the next segment. Thank you.
And with that, we've come to the end of the session 1 of the plenary. Thank you very much, Mr. Tuomo Putiainen, for the moderation, and thank you to all the speakers, Mr. John Smith-Shreen, Ms. Nazma Akhtar, Mr. Peter McAllister, and Professor Mohammad Abdul Monem. Thank you very much. Honorable attendees, our next segment is presentation by Ms. Anne-Laurie Henry-Geard, Country Program Manager of Better Work, Bangladesh. The Better Work program is active in 1,600 factories, employing more than 2.2 million workers in 7 countries. As well as advising factories, Better Work collaborates with governments to improve labor laws and with brands to ensure progress is sustained. Better Work Bangladesh also advises unions on how to give workers a greater say in their lives and work with donors to help achieve their broader development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Anne-Laurie Henry-Geard, Country Program Manager of Better Work Bangladesh, to share her knowledge and insights on driving sustainable change in the Bangladesh apparel industry. Please also note that during the presentations, we will be conducting digital opinion polls. The identity card given to you at registration desk has a key QR code printed at its back. You can scan the code and participate at the polls and ask the questions to the speakers. Your valuable opinion will help us understand our industry and improve the services of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard before in the plenary session, there will be a reminder bell so that we can maintain the time. I would like to request Ms. Anne-Laurie Henry-Geard to please come up on stage. I hope I didn't pronounce your name wrong.
It's fine, thank you. Always a challenge to pronounce French names. Dear friends, Shubho Shokal, good morning. It's an immense pleasure to be with you today and be part of this inspiring event that gathers us all here in this conference center. Better Work is a joint program of the ILO and the IFC, and we are a very proud partner of the Sustainable Apparel Forum. Let me begin with a quote by the world-famous Bengali poet and Nobel Literature Prize. I'm not aware that he ever got the Peace Prize, but he did get the Literature Prize, Tagore. He said, "You can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water." I want to use these words as an inspiration for the journey that we have all embarked upon in Bangladesh and across its garment industry in particular. We all want to see a stronger, richer Bangladesh that is capable of crossing the sea with wind in its sail. To do so, as the poet put it, we cannot merely stand and stare at the water. We need to venture the high seas with sustainability as our tailwind. Sustainability focuses on meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their needs. It encourages business to frame decisions in terms of years and decades, while considering more than simply the profit or the loss involved. Committing to a sustainable development may lead to more modest earning results in the short term, and that may scare businesses at first. It's understandable. Change would be hard to come if we only use the beaten path that we have been treading on over and over again. We may think good results will be coming, but the truth is, if we don't invest in sustainability, they won't. Our age requires businesses to be compliant, flexible, and innovative to effectively play at the global level. We need altogether to prepare today for the challenges of tomorrow. But manufacturers should not be left alone. It's not a David and Goliath style struggle. The effort must be a concerted one, involving all levels of the supply chain. Results up to date have proven that this is possible. Experience from the Better Work program across 9 countries shows that sustainable changes and improved working conditions across the garment sector benefit workers and their families, but they also drive higher profitability for manufacturers over time. So what about Bangladesh? The garment sector has so far, as we all very well know, played a pivotal role in uplifting the country's economy. It has been reiterated in the introductory session how it has created numerous jobs, how it has fostered female labor participation, how it has lifted people out of poverty, and how it has engrossed last year $34 billion of exports, making the industry second largest in the world. We've all heard that. We've also all heard of the tremendous investment, millions of dollars that have been invested in improvement initiatives in safety and compliance by the industry in the past few years. And we also know about the fact that most of the top LEED certified factories are located in Bangladesh. So that shows how the country is making many strides in green RMG production. Today we do see a vibrant manufacturing hub in which firms engage in innovation and training for their staff, but also the right incentive framework and public policies led by government. Efforts that brought these incredible results are highly commendable. Still, both the present and the future are stubbornly stamping their feet, asking us to do more, and they won't stop until we do so. Though salaries have increased over the years, Bangladesh still has some of the lowest wages among RMG producer countries. Freedom of association also faces challenges, although I'm very happy about what I've heard in the previous panel about such positive energy around industrial relations. So we see that there are improvements and commitments to this essential aspect of human relationships at workplace, sectoral and institutional level. But we also know that there still is, although a lot of buyers are making tremendous efforts, but there still is a race to the bottom on prices at the lower ends of the marketplaces. And that places a pressure on the supply chain. That places a pressure on the factories and eventually on the workers and their working conditions and their wages. So it poses further hurdles on sustainable compliance in the factories. As a further test to all these efforts, the industrial revolution is underway. We've heard about this as well, bringing with it a series of upheaval, such as robotics and automation, machine learning, artificial intelligence, that the country will need to address very, very fast. Bangladesh, and we've heard that too, is also expected to graduate to middle-income country status, which means that it really needs to continue on the path of legislative reforms in compliance with international standards, and particularly international labor standards, if it wants to retain trade preferences with the European Union, which is still its largest export market. And at the same time, as you all very well know, Bangladesh needs to ward off competition from other countries. As the garment industry keeps searching for competitive production hubs worldwide, countries like Cambodia, Vietnam, Myanmar, and now African countries like Ethiopia present new challenges for the local industry. Sustainability, innovation, and expertise are thus not an option, but a must for the Bangladesh apparel industry. This is the only way the sector can move to the next level, generate decent employment, and cement its position as the preferred sourcing hub, thus contributing to the country's overall sustainable and decent growth. We at Better Work Bangladesh are eager to offer our contribution to reach these goals. Our core ambition is to promote sustainable mechanisms for compliance that have an impact on productivity and efficiency. And this outreach should extend far beyond our program itself. When Better Work talks about sustainability, it means that all actors must play their parts. Governments, employers, and workers, which are the tripartite constituents of the International Labour Organization, of which Better Work is a project, are all elements of the same structure that sustains and further improves compliance with the labour law and the core labour standards through enforcement and through industrial relations. It's worth noting that this whole process must be, I reiterate it again, supported by responsible business practices across the entire supply chain. Responsible global brands and retailers are in fact also critical to the success of this mission. Through their concern for customers' values and preferences for ethically sourced fashion, they must help drive improvements across factories. Our sustainability strategy at Better Work sees constituents and the private sector fully in the driving seat and defining their own version of sustainability. They must be equipped, and we will contribute to that, with the necessary tools, framework, and mindset to ensure that good working conditions are standard in the industry. To do so high on our sustainability agenda are consultations, knowledge sharing, and capacity building initiatives at enterprise sector and national level. We see a role for Better Work in forging a shared sense of purpose and implementing a joint roadmap that will build a strong and self-reliant culture of compliance. Also, as part of the Sustainability Compact, which includes the European Union, the government of Bangladesh, the United States and Canada, and the ILO, alongside employers, trade unions and other key stakeholders, we aim to promote continuous improvements in labour rights and factory safety in the RMG industry. We believe transparency across the supply chain is a key component to achieving those improvements. It's also an essential stepping stone on the road to improved social compliance. The establishment of a platform at Better Work that will allow factories to exchange best practices is underway and will specifically serve this purpose. So watch that space will be coming out live in 2020. 5 years into our existence in Bangladesh, Better Work Bangladesh outreach spans now across more than 500,000 workers in 250 factories, while working with 25 international brand partners, and we thank them for their trust and partnership. Still, it's not enough yet. We want to expand over the next years to drive lasting and sustainable change across the industry. We have plans in the pipeline to establish a pipeline satellite office in Chittagong in 2020, where we have a growing number of Better Work member factories, and also are in relations with the local constituents' offices there. We're also exploring opportunities to start a dialogue with the Export Processing Zones Authority to contribute to continuous improvement of working conditions in the garment sector while maintaining the improvements that have already been implemented. We can proudly say, and our results prove it, our annual report was published a month ago and is available on Better Work Bangladesh website, that the longer a factory is engaged with Better Work, the more notable its increase its compliance is. We also know that factories that have completed most of the required fire, electrical, and structural safety remediation work can now redirect more resources to other aspects of sustainable social and labor compliance. These include the protection of workers' rights, the promotion of social dialogue and gender equality, and the improvement of occupational health and safety compliance, as well as enhanced productivity and efficiency. As we already mentioned, automation in the RMG sector is in the progress in Bangladesh, and we have no other option than to embrace it. An ILO report on the transformation of the textile and clothing sector across the Asian states, that the textile, clothing and footwear sector is at the higher risk of losing jobs in the upcoming industrial revolution. Though we know that automation will not affect the whole industry equally, because many of its tasks cannot yet be entirely replaced by machines, still, we also know that it's time for Bangladesh to increase its investments in training and education. A vast portion of the workers employed in the clothing industry remains unskilled. Without targeted learning programs, those workers, particularly women, will most certainly lose out. And we know that the proportion of women in the labor force in the garment industry has already decreased. And we do not want to lose women in the future of the industry. We can avoid this if we all work together and concentrate our efforts in training and expanding labor market skills to ensure job retention. We won't only have averted an employment crisis, we will also have instigated a process of creating a higher value-added industry. Such a sustainable industry will further fuel the country's economic growth, job creation, and social progress for men and women. The goal of accelerating the momentum of sustainability across Bangladesh's apparel industry cannot forget the importance of gender equality for its overall achievement and realization. And we still have work to do in the area. While their proportion has quite significantly decreased, as I was saying, women still make up the majority of garment workers. So empowering and training them ensures that their voices are heard and they can progress up the career ladder, while also combating harassment and violence in the workplace and in the domestic realm. Those are key elements of the Better Work strategy, both at global and local level. To this end, as a few examples, Better Work has teamed up with IFC, our partner in Better Work, to provide female factory operators with the necessary skills, technical and soft skills, to become supervisors. We have good records of women being promoted to supervisory positions, and that in terms also has proven to increase the productivity and efficiency of the lines that they are supervising. I'm hearing the bell, so I'm about to wrap up. We have also joined hands with UNICEF and other national government and civil society initiatives for the implementation of a program called Mothers at Work, which is a project that promotes maternity services and breastfeeding protection. This is an integral part of guaranteeing women's access to decent work. In doing so, we ensure that factories increase efficiency and productivity. We ensure that they retain skilled employees while also facilitating inclusive and sustainable growth and investing in future generations. Both programs are currently being scaled up in partnership with brands and manufacturers, and I see many of them in the room here. It's only through true sustainability in the country's garment sector and a compliant value chain that we can guarantee further inclusion, growth, and the retention of the industry's global heavyweight status in the decades to come. A sustainable garment industry will, in turn, help shape up a sustainable society to be passed on to future generations. It will continue to evolve, but it must always have people at its core. So let's not just stand and stare at the water. Let's be bold and cross the sea together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anne-Laurie Henry-Geard. Ladies and gentlemen, now I have the opportunity to announce a short coffee break Please enjoy your coffee. It's also my pleasure to remind you that while sipping coffee, you might like to visit the Bangladesh Sustainability Achievement Wall at the mezzanine floor of the venue. I would like to remind you that the coffee break is only for 10 minutes. Please maintain the schedule so that we can start the next proceedings on time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to say that coffee is available at the back of the hall room as well as the first floor of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting shortly. I would like to request all of you to kindly take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the short coffee break. Now we are moving into the second plenary session of this forum. This session is named Emphasizing on Globally Standardized Transparency Reporting. We can all hear the bells that our ushers are ringing. I would like to request all of you to kindly take your seats. As I was saying, the session is named Emphasizing on Globally Standardized Transparency Reporting. Experts at this session will explore benefiting manufacturers can help the movement to build a transparent and sustainable apparel industry. Let us hear from the experts on this issue. To lighten us on transparency issues, we have Mr. Andrew Ola, owner, CEO of Ola Inc. and founder of Kingpin's Show, Mr. Amol Mehra, Managing Director, North America, the Freedom Fund, Mr. Riazuddin Al-Mamoun, Managing Director of Apparel Group, Mr. Han Beke, Chairman, Modent and President of International Apparel Federation, Mr. Sharif Zahir, Director of BGMEA and Managing Director of Ananta Group, Ms. Sabine Kunal, Editor-in-Chief, Sportswear International. Mr. Andrew Ola, owner and CEO of Ola Inc. and founder Kingpin's Show, will moderate this session. I'm requesting honorable speakers and the moderator to please come to the stage. I would like to remind you that during the session, we will be conducting audience polls. The given identity card has a QR code printed at its back. You can scan the code and participate at the polls. Honorable moderator will announce the poll results after the plenary discussions. I'm reminding all of you that this, once again, is a 45-minute session, so we need to cooperate to maintain the time. A reminder bell will be rung when we are close to the end of the session. And I would like to hand over the floor to our moderator. Mr. Andrew Ola, you may start now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. Thank you to Mostafis for arranging this event and for all the sponsors. I know a lot of work has gone into this, and there's a lot of hope that this is a benefit to everybody. So transparency is a subject which has been a big part of my life for a long time. So before we start the session, I just want to put a little bit of it in context. And I guess the first thing that I'd like to say about it is that we as consumers, even in this room, basically everything on your table, everything around you, every single product that you run into in your life, you basically know nothing about it. We don't know where it's made. We don't know who worked on it, under what conditions. We don't know where it came from. We know basically nothing about everything. And so this is not just in the apparel industry, but this is in every industry, whether it's this clock here or the camera this gentleman's using. We trust the brands because it's a certain brand name. We believe that it's done ethically and that there's some sort of veracity in the production. But the fact of the matter is we don't know anything. So today we're going to talk about transparency. The second thing that I think is really important to note is where we're going from a consumer market. And where we're going is that in the near future, a consumer will be able to scan any product anywhere. And through that scanning of their QR code, they're going to be able to see the entire supply chain. They're going to be able to see all of the documentation behind the production of it, all of the certifications, even the shipping bill of ladings. Every single piece of information will be available to the consumer in the near future. So transparency is not a very kind of vague subject. This is something where all of consumer goods is going and where all of us are going to have to participate in it. So from that point, we have questions. We're going to try to do this in 3 groups. The first group of questions I'm going to ask is going to be on really what is transparency and have everyone explain what it is, but we'll go through their different questions, but the context will be that. The second question of what are the problems in getting there? And then the third thing will be the solutions of how we get there, because it's coming. So my first question is to Mr. Mamun. As one of the key leaders of transparency movement in Bangladesh, can you explain how the Bangladesh apparel industry as a whole is investing resources for building a transparent culture? And also if you could explain what you think transparency is. To you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer to arrange such a wonderful event and give us the opportunity to tell our first-hand experience from the industry. Actually, first of all, the entrepreneur of garment industry in Bangladesh did a gigantic job for sustainable and transparent issue. For last 5-6 years or 7 years, the work has been done. It's unbelievable. It's my point of view, it's a revolutionary work has been done. And some of the cases, it not been recognized also. The work, when we started, we don't know where is the end. Still, all the factories, owners, took it very positive frame of mind. And the money we spend, the money we borrow from the bank for transform our industry with a high interest rate, it shows that our intention to be in the business for long term. Transparency is not a one-party case. It should be jointly. It should be organized jointly, and the belief of the tri-party, I must say, the manufacturer, the buyers, and the government, should be very strong. Sometime when authorities came to the factory and shows their intention to fix it up, that should be some prediction. You know, sometimes it's become unpredictable for the factory owner. That's what situation they will be in. And that confusion sometimes make owner to think a different way. But what I believe, the way we become transparent in Bangladesh, it is first of all our full intention to make this industry transparent, to open to the world, because we believe this is the way we can be sustainable. And I believe this journey will continue, but I will ask And I will not tell that this is only a one-party job. I will ask to contribute along with manufacturer to achieve our goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zahir, how do you create and how do you get a larger take-up of transparency in the industry? Yeah, and do you want to also explain what you think it is from the entire supply chain point of view?
Hi. Yeah, so I think today, what we talk about transparency, first let's just go through, what the understanding is it's the way garments are purchased, from the retailer or the brands to where they're placing their business and where it's sourced from and going to the roots of it, basically, right? So, and within the supply chain, what we are talking about today is actually sharing that information to outright to the consumers who are purchasing the products. So that means we have to come up with an ecosystem which kind of shows all that. A lot of it was already there probably, to some extent. The factory has been always been getting audited. And to some extent, the people who have been buying, they would have some sort of control over it. But now we're talking about a system, an ecosystem where we want to actually kind of bring it out to the end consumers and make this transparency even more clearer. So how it has evolved is, this has been there for the food industry and other industries we've seen. For fashion, it's become a kind of a requirement, a demand from the consumers. They want to know actually where their products are being made. And I think it's the future. It's quite disruptive in the sense that we can solve a lot of the supply chain problems through this. So I think it is something that's good for the industry as well as for the manufacturers actually. So me being a manufacturer, the idea is you are one of the suppliers in the world and one of the many suppliers to the brand. But now this is actually giving you the opportunity to come front and kind of be representing yourself. So if your information is out there on the web and the consumer actually knows which factory the product is coming from, so we are talking about a different level of opportunity for the manufacturers. So this is what we need to kind of make use of. So through the online systems of of selling products, this has become more easier through the we talk about the RFID readers and all. So a consumer who's buying can actually make a wise choice. So that gives a lot of leverage to the manufacturer. So as a manufacturer, I think we must make the use of it. As a Bangladeshi manufacturer, we have come a long way. So we have made substantial improvements in the last 6 years, especially on the compliance, on the safety measures. But for us, it's very important to share that with the world. And again, capitalize that basically. So we've done the investments. I think the country has spent over $3 billion in these fire safety equipments and upgrading the factories. So it's time for us to kind of capitalize on that. And a good way to do that is through the transparency. So the more I look at it, I think, I see this as an opportunity. So when we talk about transparency, we talk about the cost of production, for example. Now, a lot of these buyers, some of them have done really well, these online companies like Everlane and so they're saying okay, this is the cost for me to purchase the product and this is what I'm selling at, right? So when we do that exercise, again, I think we manufacturers can voice out a lot of our problems. So a lot of the brands are actually, unless they're private, they're public companies, right? So their reports are annually published. So we know exactly how much profit they're making. So we've been noticing so even point, quarter, something change in the profit leads to firing of the CEO and a huge hue and cry, right? So it's a big matter. The profit is a big matter for everyone. And the growth is also a big matter. So what about the manufacturers? So now, so if we so we are talking about a $20 billion business making a double-digit profit, right? It's good, it's excellent, it's fashion industry. We have some of the richest people in the world, actually, from the fashion industry. So now what about the manufacturer? Have we asked the question, okay, in this product category, is our brands asking that question, can you please be transparent and show us your balance sheet? Are you making money or not? Because if you're not making money, then the business is not sustainable. We could not care. I mean, if you're not making money, there will be another supplier coming up and offering you the product. So I think, again, part of sustainability is kind of opening that up. You share your cost, and let's come up with an acceptable margin. So if a manufacturer is entitled to if not a double digit, what is it? Is it like 7%, 8% in your product category? So why don't we show if we are making that? And all this hue and cry that the manufacturers are doing, I think that's what we are talking about, right? So these days with the cost increases, our ends, the margins have shrunk to a level where it's not sustainable for us to continue business as well as invest in technology, invest in innovation, invest in design. So I think, again, through this transparency, we as manufacturers must make use of it and share. There's nothing wrong in sharing. There's nothing wrong in profit. There's nothing wrong in sustaining. So, yeah, this is my message.
Thank you. Sabine, from your journalistic point of view and your global experience, where's transparency at today around the world? Where do you see it?
Well, I would say, for me, it's been I'm in the journalistic business for about 20 years. So it's been, I would say, a rather frustrating experience. Because to make things transparent and to get information out to the readers, to the people, I wouldn't say that it has become more easy, just the other way around. Because the thing is, if you ask for transparency, I think it's one of those catchwords like sustainability, authenticity, stuff like that. What does it actually mean? Nobody knows, and nobody defines it. So it can be anything different for any company. And I think it doesn't really help to be transparent if you are not comparable. So what we tried, just one example, to show this where this frustration comes from about 1.5 years ago, to ask different mills to tell us, for example, how much water they need, how much whatever energy they need to produce 1 meter of denim. They wouldn't answer. Most of them just didn't answer the question. And we told them in advance, listen, we want to make a kind of tabloid where we want to make things comparable. So that it was all transparent from our side what the intention of the article was. Many of them didn't answer, some didn't answer in time, some would give different numbers that you cannot compare in the end again. So our try to make things more transparent, I must say, didn't work out at all. We're still working on it, but I don't have the feeling yet that the industry or anybody in this fashion industry is really willing to be transparent. And one last remark, I think transparency doesn't come from what you as a company decide. You're transparent if I ask you something, whatever I want to know, and then you tell me what it's all about. It's not what you offer me.
Okay. Mr. Becky, with your International Apparel Federation, how do you see transparency around the world? Where is it? Where are we stand?
Well, if you ask people in our business whether they need standardization of codes of conduct, of transparency, of size indication, or audits, everybody would say, yes, we need it. But the situation is chaos. I call it the Frank Sinatra approach. I did it my way. Is that bad? No, I don't think so, because our sector is in transition. And huge steps are made, also in this country, but it is not in a harmonized way. We are a sector in transition, and I think by cooperation we have to work to a certain kind of standardization. Transparency is asked because of the huge pressure on our sector from governments, from press, from NGOs, from consumers. We are seen as the most polluting industry in the world. Whether that's true or not, whether we are number 1 or 8, the framing is there, and I think to some extent it's true. So we have a challenge there to improve our sustainability. Transparency can be very helpful because you disclose what you're doing as a company in all parts of the supply chain. And this pressure is there, this burden is there, so we have the responsibility to work on that. Transparency can be helpful, but I see different developments based on the size of a company. In different countries, the heat is more on in some countries than in others. Some people here in the Far East think it's a non-trade barrier that we invest, for instance, in Europe a lot in transparency. That has come together, but it's a long way to go.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mera, can you talk about how you see transparency? And if you don't mind, can you also grow the supply chain to, for instance, to the farm and all the way through where there's workers involved?
Sure. Yeah, I think it's been really helpful to hear the perspectives of the panelists, and I want to say to Sharif's point, I absolutely agree. I think what your points are really elaborating is that transparency is both a tool and an end result. And in the context of a tool, what it really does is democratize the supply chain. So it allows different elements in the supply chain to be able to take information and leverage it the way they need to. So I think it's a really powerful, powerful way of creating that sort of shared regulation around the supply chain. I think the other thing, in terms of the specific work in the apparel supply chain, a lot of the momentum around transparency was focused around the apparel and footwear supply chain transparency pledge that got off the ground in about 2017, when civil society groups and labor groups came together to demand over 70 brands disclose to the first tier information about their supply chains. So I think what you saw there was a common recognition that having public disclosure in a comparable format of factory names, locations, numbers of workers, parent company information was really valuable in being able to advocate for the reforms that are needed in the sector as a whole. But that stopped at the first tier. And to your point about the evolution of transparency and the journey in the sector, I think we will see increased calls and focus to move beyond that first tier into raw material sourcing, the spinning mills, and I think this should be seen as an expectation of responsible business conduct under international frameworks like the United Nations Guiding Principles. The expectation is businesses ought to know and to show how they're engaging with respect for human rights, including labor rights. So again, I don't think the transparency journey is finished. I think we very much have begun the journey, and I think through efforts of suppliers and manufacturers themselves to see the value in it and to go down their supply chains themselves and be transparent, you'll start to see sort of a turning point.
Thank you. Sabine, my next question to you is, what can you do, or what can the press do to push this forward?
Well, I think you just used the right word. We need to push more. I think we need to, if we have the manpower, of course, to try to investigate and really push the companies to publish their numbers and whatever we want to know. And I think, first of all, again, I would come back to the point saying that if we want to find out, or if we want to be want to know more about transparency, first we would have to ask our readers, so what do you want to know? What is transparent in, what kind of numbers do you need from the mills, for example, from the manufacturers? And of course then again ask the retailers, what do you need to know from the brand side? And the problem still is that I think, yeah, maybe times have improved, but I think I don't see transparency happening in that sense, you know? So for me, again, it's like more like a frustrating experience over the years. And it's not that I've given up, but it's, you would not get the numbers you're requesting. You just don't get them. And it's pretty difficult, as we all know, you know, just travel to any country, enter any facility. It's not possible. They won't let you in, you know? So it's, you have to, in the end, you just have to believe what you receive. And that's a question of trust. And I mean, if we talk trust, we all know that this is a pretty different matter.
And we're back to knowing nothing about everything. Mr. Zahir, can I ask you a question? Do you believe that there should be global standards for transparency? Is that where we're going, where there's actually like a standard for all products that go into a garment?
Yeah, of
Chemicals,
course,
everything?
Yeah, I think when you come up with a good idea, good initiative, the best way to spread it is through actually standardization. It becomes easy because, you know, when you're dealing with so many manufacturers and people are trying to learn, so I think it's easier if we can kind of show the way to do it. So in the industry, we have already seen like tools like, for example, the Higgs Index, which talks about the compliance part and the sustainability part. So we're all complying that. So, and we are sharing the information, right? we've gone through this whole Accord Alliance initiative. And what is it actually? So you can access those information on the web and you can exactly see the factory and the status of the factory. So this is transparency, what we're talking about. There's been a lot of initiative on the denim sector. Companies have come up with scoring your scores on the environmental impact. So we're actually developing products based on that score. So these
does that include the raw materials as well?
Sorry?
Does that include the raw materials as well?
Yes. So even when the chemicals that we are buying, there's a certain score to that, right? The MSDS and what we talk about. So these have kind of evolved over the years, and I think it's been tremendous. It makes it easy for our life as a manufacturer to kind of go and source it from the right places. I don't see any. I mean, we've actually honestly built beautiful factories, and we've invested a lot in these factories. So why not showcase those and promote those? So I think it's the right cause and right way to do it. Of course, there's a cost to it, and when I'm representing the manufacturers, I will be talking about the cost. And so as long as we can kind of pay for that, and I personally feel there's a lot of inefficiencies in the supply chain. I mean, the way these brands source with importers, with global offices here, there, you increase the cost. I know of a company here who has almost 500 people. And I love that company. I mean, they're my best friends. But yeah, you need 500 people to run a sourcing company. I mean, make it trim, make it leaner. I mean, cut down the costs. And then pay that additional cost to the factories or to the workers or whatever it is. So I think together, if you can cut down the inefficiencies in sourcing, you can actually start paying for all these additional initiatives all across. And the online business is kind of showing that directly to you. They are paying higher. They are offering good prices. They are offering, so it's kind of like you have to modernize your entire supply chain system to come up with that.
Thank you. Mr. Memon, how do you encourage more factories to go the transparent road? What do you suggest the industry should do here?
Money.
Money.
If you pay rightly, they will feel encouraged to be more transparent. If you feel that I will cut down rest of the fat from the factory and ask factory to be more transparent, because we are here for business, to be very honest. We all are here for business. So transparency is not a one-part game. It's a both-part game. So one side, only factory will be transparent, and how far transparent you need. I need to keep my clothes on. If you ask me to open, I can't, because I'm doing business. So I have my own recipe. So sometimes it's happened that the customer wants to know my recipe. So how can I be transparent in that case? I cannot be transparent, because everybody got here their own recipe to make their food. So if I am running a restaurant and a customer come and ask that what is your recipe, the restaurant people will never tell you, and to be transparent. So that is encouragement, as you said that. So the manufacturer needs some encouragement that whatever they desire, you should give them. It's not intention. If intention was like that, that's I like to push manufacturer to be transparent, to get his all fat, or to get his all secret. So that should not be the wisest way. Transparency always a good tool to be a sustainable. And I like to be a transparent, but not the cost of my business. So that is the buyers and other stakeholders should understand. So that is my answer to your question.
Perfect. Mr. Becky, for your association, what do you plan or what can you do in the future to push the case of transparency throughout the world and in Bangladesh?
We think that the OECD guidelines for due diligence are a perfect basis for improvement. It's at the heart of initiatives like in the Netherlands and in Germany. And we feel as IF that these guidelines are a perfect tool to improve transparency. We reach out to other associations like SAC. They developed the HIC index, but the HIC index is developed mainly for big companies. The reality is that the size of our industry is, in all countries, small and medium sized. So we reach out to SAC to see how we can transfer the HIC index into a size that it's also workable for smaller and medium sized companies. We will take the initiative with our membership, like BGMIA in Bangladesh or the Turkish Clothing Manufacturers Association, our Vietnamese member, so the big producing countries, to see how we can improve the transparency in our industry based on best practices, and see whether we could come to standardization. Because, as I said, it's fragmented and that costs money. And what we should do is try to lower the cost in our sector. At the same time, I feel that in the supply chain, the investments that companies, manufacturers are making to improve should be respected. I think that I'm working in this business for 47 years now. Price is killing our fashion business. And I feel that fashion business is killing its own business because of this constantly pressure on prices. And we teach the consumers that everything is cheap. Now, to change that and to change consumer behavior is something we're talking about with universities in Holland, the country where I'm living, where the Secretariat of IAF is, to see how you can change also consumer behavior in the climate discussion, but especially also for apparel, because we teach the consumers in the wrong way.
Let me ask all of you the question then. Do you believe that if in your market, like in the United States or in Europe, if the consumer had a breakdown of what everything really cost, would they pay more?
Sorry, could you repeat the last thing again? Sorry.
If the consumer had a breakdown of what products really cost, would they pay more?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they pay more. Because I think we always underestimate the psychological effect. Of course, if you ask people in the street, would you pay more for this and that pair of jeans? They would all answer, I would answer, yeah, of course I would, because I'm a good person. But you know, when the sales are... Everybody awake now, no? But I think if you go to a store and if you have the chance to get something cheaper for a cheaper price, something that you like a lot, of course you would go for the cheaper thing and not even asking about the price. So I think it really depends on what situation you catch the consumer.
Do you want to answer that?
I mean, I don't really enjoy getting into the sort of the consumer psychology aspects of this, because I think it also is a sort of a pass the buck, right? Like this notion that, we are waiting for the consumer to tell us what we ought to do differently about how we govern a supply chain in this sector. I think consumers will be different depending on where they are, segmented based on their age, their characteristics, etc. So it's hard to consider a monolith of a consumer. But I do want to pivot, if you would permit, onto some of the questions that I think were sort of unpacked over the past couple of days. I thought it was really interesting to hear some of the statistics yesterday about manufacturers who had implemented programs or efforts like transparency or supply chain reform, and then to actually see a lack of that being rewarded by their buyers. And I think that, to me, is fundamental to solving the problem of progressing reforms in the supply chain, is the disconnect between incentives. So if you're investing so much in things like transparency and other labor rights protections, why are the buyers not sticking with you, funding that? That to me is the problem that we're all facing here.
I was going to add to that. I mean, it doesn't have to be the consumers themselves, but through this process, what we can say is kind of make everyone responsible. So if you if you have the cost breakdown, and if you kind of show that someone in the supply chain is making a lot more profit than the other, it could kind of put that shame or kind of that responsibility. So I think that's what the goal would be. Some consumers would care, and these young consumers are kind of conscious about the environment and about the impact. So I think this process will kind of help in making people responsible. So what was happening before is so a lot of these brands used to have unknown sources of supplies, and they would be sourcing from risky places. And even today, that's happening actually. And there are some countries which are actually kind of risky. I mean, they don't have that transparency as we do. So, and our neighbors, like, you know, so I don't want to like point out the name, but then through this process, we can actually show that, look, we are doing the right practices and someone else is not, and, you know, our prices should be fairer. And look, I mean, price and supply, it's such a thing that, you know, at the end of the day, we have to negotiate. We have to kind of like, you know, work it out with our customers. So we can't like keep on just talking about it, but it's a way of how to do it, how to do a better negotiation.
So I have a question for you. I've been in the business a long time, and when I was a little boy, products made in Japan were generally considered as inferior products. They broke and they were shabby. And Japan went through an enormous change where today quality in Japan is considered the best in the world. Isn't it to Bangladesh's benefit to actually be the first to endorse and promote? Isn't this a chance for you to rebrand and step out of the shadow of any other country and really be excellent in something?
Exactly. So
is this an individual? And then the second part of the question is it a factory by factory initiative, or is it a national desire? Because Japan, when they changed, it was a national mission. It wasn't factory by factory. In fact, factories that didn't comply were reported to the government. And the government stepped in and took the responsibility of excellence. Is this not your moment?
So in the last, since December actually, so I got in the board of BGMA recently, so it's been 4 months. We've seen 60 factories getting shut down. And again, like, and essentially it's mainly because of the safety and compliance reasons. So we are serious. And I think the brands are serious. So Bangladesh, like I said, has actually gone through that step in the last 6 years. So we have kind of eliminated, like, you know, a lot of those non-compliant factories. And then the practices of the factories in terms of, like, you know, how to deal with the workers and, like, you know, your organization, that obviously has to improve a lot more. But then, like I said, like, once it's been filtered out, then it's to your benefit to kind of, like, you know, showcase and be transparent.
Can I ask you, again, I'm stepping in here, but have you seen a benefit for the investments that you've made in going transparent and setting up these reforms in the system here?
Look, I mean, some things you can't make compromises. On safety matters, you can't make compromise, right? So, I mean, see what happened, like, in the industry, like, you know, back in the 80s, it was more like a cottage industry. So the industry kind of grew without a plan, without, like, you know, proper investments. So it was time to kind of correct that, and, like, you know, so we kind of had those accidents and incidences which we all know of, right? So you can't make a compromise on safety and workers' welfare and issues like that, right? So then after that, like, you know, what we're trying to do now, the industry runs in a certain way, and you have to be kind of going along that same way. So if the industry is talking about sustainability, it's talking about, you know, impacts, it's talking about your workers, so you can't kind of ignore that. So if you are a, you know, front runner, if you want to be, like, you know, we are at the second position after China, but then there's a huge gap, huge difference, right? So that's again an opportunity. So if you want to do it the right way, then I think this is the right way. And you will be paid off. I mean, supply chain will balance itself, there will be some shutdowns, but eventually people will need clothes. It's still very labor-oriented, and I don't see too many competition coming up. So in the next 10 years, if we are responsible, if we are transparent, I think definitely we can, you know, reap the benefit of that.
All right, can everybody, we'll start with you, Zabi, can everyone make wrap-up comments about whatever you want to talk about that we haven't covered or should cover here, that our audience might want to consider?
First of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Amamoon, for saying, because I think it was very honest when you said that the transparency level you follow goes up to the point where it affects your business, which I think is very true. It might not be liked by everybody, but I think that's just the reality. I think when it comes to money in the end, then of course maybe everybody would, you know, be a bit more tied up and closed up about unveiling whatever numbers they have. So yeah, I think that's actually the main point. You know, this is the trust matter again. Do I believe what people tell me? Do I trust in what they say? And it's very nice that some brands on their website now tell us what companies they are producing at. So, and then what's next? do you think I traveled there and checked that myself, if that's a good company or a bad one? So I think this word transparency, I think I would like to get more facts about it, more definition. Do we all have the same idea of what transparency means? Is it like unveiling all the numbers you have, or is it just the numbers you want to unveil? So for example, how much do you earn every month? Would you like to tell me? Maybe not. Yeah, would you? No, you personally? You would, okay, great. But I think,
But they can't. I think it's public domain. It could be eventually public domain to talk about how much energy you use and how much water you use and how many units you get for that. I think those are compelling pieces of information.
Yeah, but again, you have to make it comparable. I think that we need all different companies to tell us, and then we can say, oh, this one is a good one and this one is a worse one.
Yes.
Otherwise it doesn't make sense. But this is what I said in the beginning in this example. We tried to make it comparable. It was not possible. We wouldn't get the data.
Mr. Becky.
I see where in the past the focus was on social compliance. I see a shift towards environmental footprint. And I guess that legislation will force us to improve. The new European Commission is working on a European, European standard of system of product environmental footprint calculation. IEF is involved in that, SAC is in that, Eurotax, the European Association. It could be a standard for globally. It indicates that we, apart from social compliance, I see a huge pressure on our environmental footprint, and that means transparency as well. It means also, in my view, that we have to rethink our business model. Circularity is one of circularity, and not waste management, but circular design, circular thinking is something that is already running in some countries to see how we can reuse, probably refuse, and say, why do we need 8 collections or 9 collections? Although I think that fast fashion can be very sustainable if you produce it close to the market. And I see new startups, for instance, in European countries, trying to work on that model. But they don't get the investment because we're not ranking top for investors. I see also a huge pressure from private equity companies to be more sustainable. So if you like it or not, we cannot escape. We have to improve.
Mr. Mehmet.
Now, the transparency you want, and sustainability we want, and retailer give us a suggestion, and we invested. Now, the benefit goes to retailer. So that is not a motivation. So if we can share the benefit, that is the motivation. So that is, it's not, I can guarantee you, no manufacturer want that only we will make profit, because we know if my retailer doesn't make money, my business will be stopped. So, but we also need to survive. So definitely, as you ask, that all these changes, all this effort, all these sustainable things will benefit. Yes, it's benefit the manufacturers as a manufacturers, but financially, the benefit goes to other part. So what we want, a share, the right share with a retailer. So that is what all manufacturers want.
Sure. Just to say in closing, I think what's obvious about this discussion is that while there's been attention placed on the apparel sector at the brand level, a lot of that has been sort of pushed down to supplier responsibility. And I think what's interesting as we look at increased demands for transparency, both from consumers, from regulators, from investors, is we should start asking more about the purchasing practices and the ways that brands and others are engaging with their suppliers, and call for transparency on those sorts of measures as well.
All right, in wrapping up, I would just say that I'm super optimistic about this, because the rhetorical questions are always more interesting than the actual question. Is if brand A is completely transparent, and brand B is not. The rhetorical question is, why are they not? And the answers are not good. One is that they don't want to be, or two, they don't know. So I feel like once one brand does it successfully and more and more are coming, then we're going to end up in that way, and there'll be money for all the supply chain to do that. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers.
We have come to the end of this session. Thank you very much to our speakers and our moderator. They'd like to take a photograph. Thank you very much once again for the wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special and short segment here. Now we'll have a presentation explaining how collaboration at global scale can create a more favorable condition for sustainable manufacturing. This segment will be conducted by Mr. Anju, Senior Technical Director, Apparel Impact Institute, and Mr. Brian Laprise, Program Director, Apparel Impact Institute. Apparel Impact Institute identifies, funds, scale, and measures innovative programs within the apparel and footwear industry to meet the critical environmental and social outcomes brands and consumers need. To learn about new opportunities in sustainable apparel manufacturing, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Anju and Mr. Brian Laprise. During the presentations, we will be conducting digital opinion polls. The identity card given to you at the registration desk has a QR code printed at the back. You can scan the code and participate at the polls and ask questions to the speakers. Your valuable opinions will help us better understand our industry and improve the services of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Anju and Mr. Brian Laprise.
Welcome, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Brian Laprise, and I am the Programs Director from the Apparel Impact Institute, and I am based in the United States. Introduce yourself.
I'm Anjo from Apparel Impact Institute, and also responsible for the technology side, and are based in Beijing.
So today, what we wanted to do is introduce who is the Apparel Impact Institute, but then discuss what we've seen for collaborative manufacturing, the programs that we have implemented around the world. So the Apparel Impact Institute was founded in late 2017 through work with the Sustainable Apparel Coalition. So for those of you who are familiar, the Sustainable Apparel Coalition is a organization that brings together large multinational brands. They also work closely with the Higg Index, and that's then where the Apparel Impact Institute comes into play. We implement projects around the world, and specifically here, we share with you our vision and mission. Things to look for here, though, are that we identify, fund, scale, and measure impact projects specific to the apparel and footwear sector. So today what we wanted to share with you is one of our specific programs, our Mill Impact. So the Mill Impact Initiative leads through collaboration. We work with global brands, leading mills, and organizations to implement sustainable improvements around the world. We drive measurable results. We know that data is critical, and this is where our work with the Higg Code is very necessary and comes is an important factor for the work that we do. And last but not least, we focus on impact. We know the immediacy around the world of the issues that we face around energy, water, and chemicals. And so the work that we do really drives to implement that impact and the outcome around the world. Our mill impact partners we wanted to highlight here, so brands you are probably very familiar with. But we know today's topic that we wanted to present on was sustainable collaboration for sustainable manufacturing. And we wanted to highlight a couple additional organizations that we work with around the world, because we know that without them, the work that we do couldn't get done. Because for all of us, it's working together to drive the impacts that we each want to achieve. Our brand partners then, again, just highlighting some more of the organizations that we work with around the world, who have been key to helping us implement the work that we do. So where we work, as I mentioned, we are an organization that has projects around the world. Specifically, right now we have Vietnam, India, mainland China, and we are looking around the possibility of some programs here in Bangladesh. So excited to be here today to share a little bit more about our work. What really makes the Mill Impact Initiative interesting is the funding model that we've shifted into based on discussion with our brand partners and the mills that we've worked with thus far. So our funding model for the Mill Impact, or also known as Clean by Design, really focuses on three players: the brands that we work with, the mills, and then we've also introduced a new segment to source public funding. So the three that I've highlighted here, brands, mills, and public funding, share in the cost. So it's no longer up to just the brand or the mill. We've really introduced a collaborative model for a shared cost approach. So now we're going to shift into a little bit more specific, the outcomes that we've achieved in Clean by Design, and I'm going to let Anjo take the rest of the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. So when we talk about the sustainable issues, all of us know it's global issues. So actually it's important for us to work together and learn from each other. So from us, we are working on the global sustainable issues and also in a lot of countries. Especially, I think one country I would highly introduce here is that I come from Beijing, from China. All of you know that the Chinese product in textile take almost half of the world production. So it's important also to share the experience there, and we hope that Bangladesh also get us same achievement in the future or better. So I gave some thanks of China current happened. This fact is not from the newspaper, actually is from our practice, our real work. In the past 10 years, the energy price increased 5 times in China, and the water price increased 10 times. Currently, the price of water is $3 to 6 per cubic meters. It's quite high, I believe, much higher than a lot of countries. And the wage of the workers in the textile factory actually almost about $1,000 to $2,000 per month. So it's actually very high cost in these factories. But still, we see the result is that Chinese factories still take almost half of the whole world production. So there must something different from other countries, from others, than why we have this much lower resource cost, resource price. We still don't dominate the market. So I think it's the big difference is that we really have different energy and water and resource efficiency. That makes we don't have a really big difference about the market price. So actually in the past 10 years, the Chinese factory hello. Energy consumption reduction about 30%, and water reduction more than 50%. It's a great achievement, actually, I think. Especially this achievement not hurt their cost, help the business more health. So I want to share some cooperation, some achievements during our work in China on the energy and water and chemical side. So our organization takes 12 years to work in this area and in this sector. We launched the program from the concept and take 2 years on the concept research, and then take another 3 years to pilot, and then finalize the module and scaled out. During the whole history, we found it's important to talk to the factory and to align the benefit together with you. If we just talk about very high and advanced technology, it's interesting, but actually nobody from the factory will already implement that because it's really expensive, it's really hard the business. So it's important for all of us to step in by very practical and long-running for it, which is invest very low but pay back very fast. So the question is, do we really have that kind of technology? Do we really have that kind of method to do? Actually, a lot of factories, a lot of companies think about this kind of sense. Here will be that think that of sense is very high technology, very high advanced, but actually it's not. We found the most important thing in this whole sector is actually do the basic things well, right? Do the very simple things right and good. That will really help you a lot. So, in our experience, we take this rule in our practice with more than 400 factories, and we actually launched more than 2,300 actions in this factory, and 80% of these actions belong to low harm free. So I can show you the result. Just last year, it's not the history. Just last year, in 2018, we achieved 9% carbon reduction and almost more than 18% of water reduction. And yeah, a lot of energy and water and carbon emission reduction. Especially it's important, and also very important one is that we saved $20 million by only invest $20 million. That means if you invest in this technology, it will pay back very soon. So factory and sector already take actions in this practice. Yeah, and I think it's important to keep this in mind. So this is a case study in our practice. A factory, they want to reduce the water consumption. So in 2017, they invest $3 million to build a RO water recycle system. I think this technology is not strange for you. A lot of factories know this type of technology, and it's real, can help you reduce your energy consumption and recycle. But this kind of technology is really, really too high. A lot of us, our factory, cannot afford it. It can only operated by big company, but in this sector, most of our factory belong to small and middle size. So what we suggest to them is that we really help them, we really tell them you should first do some basic things right and good. So we give them 3 options to improve, which you invest is almost 10% of the project they invested. Actually, it's not complicated. A better control of the in-net worker. We found a lot of factory, even they want to talk about a lot of advanced things. Say that we invest the RO system, we invest renewable energy. But when you go to the factory, you will see a lot of leakage of steam there, a lot of water leakage there. And when you ask the operators use 10 tons of water, but actually the operators use 20, 13 tons of water. That kind of things always happen in the factory. So we need really keep our factory do this kind of simple things right and good. It's not easy, actually. It will be much, much difficult than you just install or purchase some expensive device or expensive process. But it really, hello? But it really help our factory, really help the sector save the energy, save the water, and reduce the environmental impact. Yeah, so actually this factory saved, last year saved 700,000 cubic meter, even much better than the expensive one. Okay. Okay, and we go next. Okay. Okay, so this is we think from the practice we found actually the shorter the payback time, the easier the technology could be implemented in the factory. So it's important. Hello. So it's important that if our country, if Bangladesh really want to change our sustainable situation to a better one.
Move this way.
Hello. We really want to do a good job about the environment. It's important that we take a really practical solution to the sector, not only a very brilliant one, but hard to implement it. And so from our experience, it's also important that to help the sector to develop some tools, because this sector, most of the engineering in this sector is come from the textile university, from the textile or chemical or process sector. Not very good at the energy and the water side. But it's very hard for them to learn whole knowledge of the energy. So it's important that we really develop some tools, practical tools to help them to understand the energy performance and the water performance. And then they can make the easy decision if they could move to next step or they still want to stay their current position. Okay, the last slide, I know it's very later. So I think it's, as Brian introduced, I think it's important for all of us in the stakeholder to contribute to this kind of things. The brands, yesterday we also discussed that the brands should not just require them to meet the requirement, a lot of initiative. We really need the brands help the factory find the good solution, to find a good partner to help this whole sector. And it's not only the price, but it's also about the technology, the methodology, and also the capacity building. And also it's important that for us as an NGO or the government really take leadership on this kind of things. Okay, yeah. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a lunch break. Please enjoy your lunch and do not forget to visit the Bangladesh Sustainability Achievement Wall, showcasing the green achievements of Bangladesh apparel industry. During the break, you may also visit the 11th edition of Bangladesh Denim Expo, concurrently going on at Hall 4 of ICCB. For now, please enjoy your lunch, and I would like to tell you that your lunch, in fact, our next session will start at 1:45 p.m. sharp. Please maintain the schedule so that we can have time for the next segments of the event. Thank you very much, and do enjoy your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the lunch break. You already know that Bangladesh Apparel Exchange is the proud organizer of Bangladesh Denim Expo, concurrently taking place at Hall 4 of ICCB, just few meters away from this auditorium. Please do not forget that you can visit the expo with the same registration you have done at Sustainable Apparel Forum 2019. Honorable attendees, please allow me to move on into the third session of the event. The session titled, Can Water Conservation be Business Factor for Bangladesh RMG Industry? It will be focused on water conservation initiatives at enterprise level. Experts at this session will share their insights on how enterprise-level water conservation can help a factory to get more competitive. Now I'm introducing our honorable speakers for this session. Mr. Asif Ibrahim, BGMEA and Vice Chairman of New Age Group. Mr. Kiran Gokatoti, Sustainability Manager, Bangladesh H&M Group. Mr. Farooq Hassan, Honorary Consul General, Consulate of Greece in Dhaka, Bangladesh, and President of Dutch Bangla Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Her Excellency Charlotta Schlitter, Ambassador, Embassy of Sweden, Bangladesh. Mr. Mohammad Fazlul Haq, Managing Director, Plummy Fashions Limited. And Mr. Anshul Chawla, Country Coordinator, India and Bangladesh, Sweden Textile Water Initiative Limited. This session will be moderated by Mr. Asif Ibrahim, Director, BGMA and Vice Chairman, New Age Group. Okay. Giving the floor to Mr. Asif Ibrahim.
Ladies and gentlemen, usually it's quite boring after lunch. I know that some of you are perhaps still eating, but we have to get on with the business. And I think this is going to be a very exciting session because water conservation is an issue that is extremely important for Bangladesh. And I'm very happy to see that now there has been a lot of talk in the government level, the ministries and the different agencies, they talked about it. Some of the initiatives like the Water Aid ORG, they have talked about it. But I somehow feel that there hasn't been enough discussions and consensus gathering in terms of going ahead with a roadmap involving the private sector as well. So I would like to first congratulate Sustainable Apparel Forum and the organizers for thinking about this very important topic and putting it in this program so that we can discuss the modalities, the challenges, the issues that are extremely important for water conservation for Bangladesh to remain sustainable. I'm very happy that a very eminent panel is here with me. I'm not going to waste a lot of time talking about the topic myself. The basic objective is to hear from them. So I would first request them to come here and give them their opinion about this subject, their perspective, and keep it brief. Let's say we have 5 of you, so maybe we can limit it to about 4 minutes. That's going to give us about 20 minutes of initial discussion, and the rest 25 minutes we can go do the follow-up questions and some questions from the audience. I would first like to invite Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden, to Charlotte, Her Excellency Charlotte Schleicher, to come and give her opening remarks. Over to you, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Asif. Now, on the part of Sweden, we're very happy to be a part of this. Clean water is an issue of destiny for Bangladesh. And when we hear that water levels are sinking and that the waterways of Bangladesh are being more and more polluted, that's a cause for concern or even perhaps alarm. And the RMG industry and the brands can of course be said to be part of the problem, but they can also be part of the solution. And many front runners among brands and among manufacturers have shown that this is possible. What needs to happen now is for this to become standard. And for this, many actors need to work together. Again, manufacturers, brands, government, civil society, and academia. But of course, who needs to pull is government, manufacturers, and brands. And last night, we gathered stakeholders from all these various groups, and thank you to those who were there, for a roundtable to talk about water conservation and how one could get to a roadmap to water conservation so that we don't end here with another helpful event where you take things with you, but actually what happens between the events, how do we move this forward now. So that's, of course, what I'm hoping to hear also from my co-panelists, what they think is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your opening remarks. I would now like to request Mr. Farooq Hassan, the Honorary Consul General of the Consulate of Greece in Dhaka, Bangladesh, President of Dutch Bangla Chamber of Commerce and Industries, but also another hat, former Senior Vice President of Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association. Please go ahead, Farooq.
Thank you, Asif. A very good afternoon. We all know that ready-made garment industry is a very critically important sector in Bangladesh, contributing approximately 1/5 of the GDP, and more than 83% of our export comes from exporting apparel and employing more than 4.4 million, predominantly women, and indirectly 10 million workers are working. With export over 34 billion in last financial year, and Bangladesh continues to remain the second largest apparel exporter in the world, of course, after China. The RMG sector has been a success story for Bangladesh also in terms of job generation. The sector now is the largest employer in the private sector. Continued development of the RMG sector is very critical to help Bangladesh reach its stated goal of becoming middle-income country by 2021. Globally, water is now a strategic resource for not only surviving but also for economic development and overall socio-economic status of the country. Therefore, people used to say nowadays, water is the next oil of economic development. In recent times, we have seen in many parts of the world how people are suffering for drinking water, which is a basic human right, and can afford to deprive people from this. In South Africa, Cape Town, in India, Chennai, we have seen how everything can be changed in a water-scarce city, and the suffering we cannot even imagine being a son of this riverine delta. Looking into Bangladesh apparel industry, we can see there are a good number of factories, and most of them are not wet processing industry. The RMG factories actually not using much water because these are mostly cotton sewing industry. But the textile industry, especially the wet processing industry, means dyeing factory, the washing factory, use a lot of water. And that is very important how we should address the reduce of using this water. The good thing of these factories and supplier to almost a reputed global brand, therefore they have to maintain the standard as per their global standard, which most of the cases beyond the local standard. So this is very important. We should discuss these issues today. Thank you.
Thank you, Farooq bhai. We'll get into the discussion later on. Now I would like to hear from the brand, and no other brand than H&M, who talks a lot about sustainability. In short, Kiran, what's H&M's thought about this issue, and how are you thinking about going forward, involving the suppliers?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll keep it short, Asif. I think we'll discuss more in the panel discussions. I would like to reflect back on what Piers said in the morning. I think we have an ambition to grow in Bangladesh, and as an industry, if we have to become $50 billion, it doesn't matter it's 2021 or 2030, whenever it is. But then with growth comes a lot of responsibility, and we need to make sure that's a sustainable growth, and that we don't use a lot of resources out of it. Connecting to what we have done in the supply chain is we have more than 100 units, which we have wet processing units in Bangladesh, and all of them are green rated EDPs, for example. But then we believe that it's our responsibility that we don't limit ourselves to the factory walls, but it's very important to address the water issue on a country level. That's where we need to focus also on mainly on a policy level issues, where by end of the day, I think the three things that we need to think about is ownership. I think it's important that from not only this roundtable, but all the roundtables or discussions what we have, we need to take ownership of what we're doing here now and have clear, actionable points, basically. How do we want to take this forward? This should not be a topic of discussion for today, but then next year, if we have to have this session, we need to have follow-up questions on what we have done now in this 1 year.
Thank you, Kiran. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Fazlu bhai, enormous experience. Opening remarks. You invested a lot. Did you get return?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And as you already explained, that we invested a lot of money in terms of saving not only water but also energy and carbon emission, many other things. And from our experience, we can tell that we are mainly focusing on the water being used in dyeing process or washing process. That also was the part of the discussion we had last night in a roundtable conference. But in our factory, we also practicing in other aspects how we can really save water. And that is, I can just give an example from your real life that when we go to your basin to wash your face, you just put your taps on and you wash your face. You never calculate how many liters of water you are wasting every time you are going to wash your face. Let's say you take 1 minute, and you will be surprised to know that efficient tap, which you love to have in your basin, gives you 7 to 8 liter water per minute. It sounds very big. You can check when you go back. It is 7 to 8 liters water per minute coming out of your tap in your basin. But certainly you don't need in 1 minute 7 liters of water. If you have 1 bottle of water, sometimes it is more than enough to wash your face. And those who are even performing wudu for Muslims, and when you don't have water, 1 bottle of water even enough to complete your wudu. You have washing your face, hand, legs, and many things. But we are wasting at least 7 liters of water per minute when we are using. So in our factory, it is under control, and nobody can use more than 1.5 liters of water per minute when they use it. So these are the many other steps we can really teach our people. Not only we are practicing it, but we are also teaching our workers. Okay. 2,000 people are working there. So there are many steps, the experts will discuss. And I think that we have also a lot of opportunity, responsibility, and scope to contribute in terms to save the country, safeguard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Fazlul Bhai. Anshul, opening remarks, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Water. I think water is one of the key natural resources for any country, which has competing demands from domestic, agriculture, and industries. So if you look at the live examples, like my friend shared, Cape Town was already experienced day zero. Chennai this year experienced day zero, and the factories and industries had to be shut down to meet the domestic demand. If we talk about agriculture, Tirupur, which is the zero liquid discharge R&D center of the world, does not adopt ZLD because it makes sense. They adopted ZLD because of the regulatory requirements, which was started because of agricultural farmer agitation. So these are real risks that the industry is facing, especially water-intensive industries like leather and textile sectors. I think, and this risk is enhanced by the fact of concentrated demand. Some of the reports suggest that 70% of the wet processing in Bangladesh is concentrated in the greater Dhaka region, which is resulting in the lowering of the groundwater levels and deterioration of the quality of water. So these are all real risks. Fortunately, industries have an opportunity to mitigate this risk through adoption of sustainable best practices, through improvement of their processes, through adoption of new technologies. Sweden Textile Water Initiative has been supporting industries in Bangladesh and globally in capacity building and on-ground hand-holding in the implementation of such projects. We have worked with more than 50 plus factories in Bangladesh and 400 plus factories globally, resulting in 2.5 billion liters of water savings, around 18 million units of electricity savings, 20 meter cube of natural gas savings. The reason I'm telling you this data is because we have a question.
I'm sure you can discuss in greater detail later on.
This is the last line. So the reason I'm sharing this is because the tagline of this event is, this session is, does water has a business case? And the short answer is yes.
Thank you, Anshul. Back to the Excellency. Can you please explain the changing attitude of customers, policymakers of European countries, especially Sweden? Because we know Sweden is one of the leading countries when it comes in terms of recycling and sustainability in Europe. What is the attitude towards consumption and trade of sustainable water-efficient products?
Well, we definitely see a shift in Europe, and clearly in Sweden that's happening. People are more aware of climate and environment, and the world is also smaller. So when people hear that the groundwater in Bangladesh is sinking, they don't say, oh, well, Bangladesh is far away. They say, really, how is that going to affect people in Bangladesh long term? And how may I, as a consumer, how am I maybe affecting that by buying from consumers who are not using sustainable practices, for example? Now, the positive side of that is that if manufacturers and brands set targets on water use, that can also be noticed by consumers.
Thank you, Excellency. Now, back to you, Kiran, again. You talked a little bit about the focus or the emphasis of H&M. What are some of the future plans?
before going to the future, I would want to speak about what we have done in Bangladesh. I think it's more than 10 years now we have initiated water efficiency programs through PACT or STEVI to IFC. They have partnered with many other organizations. So through these initiatives, what we have seen is this a lot of water that could be saved in the supply chain, and we have done that through our suppliers. So going forward, what we would want to do is in 2018, we have developed our water roadmap for the year 2022. So it has mainly two components in it. One is quantity of water and the circularity of water. When we speak about quantity, what we want to do is it's mainly about reduction of 25% of production water in our supply chain. And circularity is mainly focusing on water recycling through the wastewater. So we aim at reducing 15% of the water through that, and 5% of water should be reused in different production process. So with that, what we aim at is by 2022, we would reach 40% of water reduction in our supply chain. And that we have already mentioned in our sustainability report last year, but we will also continue to report it in the years to come on the progress of what we have achieved.
Thank you. Thank you, Kiran. Over to Mr. Farooq Hassan. I know we don't get to, as exporters and manufacturers, get to interact with the customers a lot. You know, we just export in and it's gone in the sea, and then we don't know, we just get paid. So you think that the customers in Europe particularly, and also in North America, they're more aware about the issues of climate crisis? Are they thinking about it? Do they think about this when they buy the product from Bangladesh or similar destinations?
Yeah, yes, I think that customers are aware of it.
Yeah.
The customer is aware of it, and even the consumer, the brands like H&M and the other brand actually working together with the BGMEA and the manufacturers here about this climate issues, about the environmental area, and we are working together, and that's why you know that with some brand and with the Dutch government we are working, it's called PACT, Partnership on Cleaner Textile, where almost all the wet processing industries have been covered. And now, if you see that 10 years back, we used to use more than 300 liters of water to dye 1 kilo of fabric, but now the average have reduced to 80 liters. And some of the good, efficient factories are using 40 liters. But I think we need to do more, and eventually we are reducing that thing. And we are working with the other stakeholders like the dyes company, chemical company, the machinery company, where we can reduce the water footprint. But the consumer behavior also has to be changed. They have to be, because you know, when the consumer or designer design a garment, they select brightest color, they select printing, and we require a lot of dyes, chemical, and eventually it requires a lot of water. So the consumer, in the Western world, they are talking about environment, but when they are designing the garments, actually, I think they don't consider about the environment. So that is also very
Thank you. Thank you. Very pertinent point that you raised, the selection of colors. I think this is something we can think about going forward. Mr. Fazlul Haq, dollars and cents. Is it a business factor, and does it give you competitive advantage?
Obviously, it is a business factor. There are two aspects I told you. That's when we save water use in the dyeing unit in particular, in place of 120 plus liter of water for dyeing 1 kilogram of fabric, now we reach around 70 to 80 depending on the colors and other factors. So obviously we can save not a lot, but a good amount of money, saving energy, saving chemical. This is one thing. But if we talk about other part, which I told during my initial remark, in general use, we also saving at least 50% of water, and we also preserving rainwater. That is also, it is not directly saving any cost, to be very honest. On the other hand, it is need much more investment even. It is being costly, but still it's a business case in that sense that we can attract many customers. That, let's say, we are running ahead of many of our competitors, and we are committed to our environment. So that is, I think, indirectly it's obviously business case because it is attracting other buyers. But unfortunate part of this whole story is that buyers are encouraging us, but buyers are not participating in the cost chapter. No buyers, so far I know, not only the buyers I am handling, but so far I know, they are giving you nice advice, nice guidelines, sometimes nice blockage that you cannot do this and do this and do this, but they are not participating in any terms when money is concerned. So that is also an issue, I think you can also think. But we did not wait for this buyer to come. We invested money and we are running it. But this is a global issue from the industry perspective.
Thank you, thank you. We need buyers to pay more for green and sustainable initiatives. Kiran, please lead the way. Over to you.
I think we see it in a different ways. When I say we have partnership with different organizations, it's mainly about how responsible we act in the country where we produce. For example, if you speak about our partnership with Water Resource Group, we have been associated. They don't want to speak. Okay, we have been associated with them. The reason why we want to be associated, and that comes with the cost, that comes with the price tag. It's not that we would want to give the money in the factories, but then we would want to be responsible in the country and bring that change. So when we associate with the Water Resource Group, we are on the steering group where we're talking about water value, where we are on the working group on water monitoring and water quality. So this is how we would want to be in the country. It's not about contributing in different terms. So it's in a different way that we contribute.
Thank you, Kiran. Anshul, from the perspective of STWI, how can you make us more profitable? Help us.
Hello. Yes. So before profits, let's talk about the cost. I think wet processing, which has the majority of the natural resource impact in the textile value chain, 70% of the wet processing cost is, up to 70%, is natural resources in terms of energy, water and chemicals. I'm talking about the processing cost, not the raw material. So when you have 70% of your cost associated with natural resources, obviously the profit is also coming from there. But within a factory, I think all these natural resources are interdependent and correlated. If I have to give an example, within a textile process, if you have to add chemicals, most of the chemicals are added based on gram per liter. So the less amount of water you use, the less amount of chemicals, the less amount of heating. So I think they are very interdependent. So typically, we talk about, as TWI, we talk about resource efficiency and not just limit ourselves to water. Typically, in an average factory, you are easily able to save around 10% of your energy, water and chemicals through low-hanging fruits. And if you start going to advanced areas like process control or capital-intensive investments, then you can easily go up to 15 to 20% as well. But that's not it. I think it also helps save the capital cost, because if you are reducing your amount of water intake or water use, you're also reducing the amount of wastewater treatment, amount of infrastructure required for wastewater treatment. So there's a lot of capital savings that we don't generally account for. And we have helped factories who have actually, where their ETP was their bottleneck in expansion, and because of their water efficiency and ETP optimization, they were able to expand their production without even investing in their wastewater treatment. So there are ways, and we are happy to contribute. We are doing our bit there. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think good initiatives. I think Kiran mentioned about the Partnership for Cleaner Textiles. Also, Farooq Hassan mentioned. It really did have some very good results, you know. Almost 15 brands, 300 factories were part of it, and significant amount of savings has been achieved. 21.54 billion liters of water. I think that's quite a significant result that has been achieved from that project. Then, of course, we had the Textile Sustainability Platform. I think there also, in terms of policy agenda, we addressed and we achieved success in, getting the $200 million Green Transformation Fund. The investments that we talked about, Fazlul Haq talked about requiring more money for these initiatives. It's about time that we use these funds and get all the bottlenecks that are associated with these funds away so that manufacturers can access it. The project has also been able to decrease the customs duty on 52 machinery items which are good for sustainable practices in the industry. So good practices are there. Perhaps we can scale it up. I would like to now go to the audience and ask some questions about what do you think about the topic? What is your opinion? Is it a business factor? Can companies be competitive? So 3 questions. If anybody has any question, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, choose your panelist, and ask your question. Anyone? No interest? Everybody too sleepy after lunch? Good lunch though. Thanks to the organizers. No questions. I see the Marks and Spencer lady walking in. Okay, go ahead. Can we have a microphone there? Is there a microphone there? Go ahead. We're losing time. Go ahead.
Hello. So my question is to H&M, Mr. Kiran. I mean, I'm Prasad Pant from ZDHC. We all talked about the price or the money. And we all know manufacturers are under pressure from brands to do a lot of things. But they don't participate, as the Managing Director of Plummy Fashion said. My question to you is that how do you connect these sustainability issues, such as water conservation, into your source strategy?
Addressed to Kiran and...
Kiran.
Okay, Kiran.
How do you connect these sustainability issues, such as, say, water conservation, into your sourcing strategy?
Okay, when we speak about sustainability from H&M point of view, it's not only water, but then there is a huge big circle of sustainability. So we have different focus areas. What Pia mentioned in the morning is that it could be on industrial relations, water, energy, and many other. So there are certain parameters that each and every manufacturer has to fulfill before we even consider them into our supply chain. We call them as minimum requirements. At the same time, as and when manufacturers start to be associated with this, we do have certain expectations based on the performance on different aspects. It could be on fashion, it could be on logistics and sustainability. They don't want me to speak anymore. Okay, we call it supplier relationship management. It's SRM in short. So that's how our business partners are assessed, and it comes with demands as well as commitments. We call it demands and commitments on the SRM process. So that's basically how we manage our supply chain. I hope that answers your question.
That's a very strategic answer by Kiran, but I think he's trying to get the message across. We all have to look at the real scenario and, see how we go. But any more questions? If not, I'm going to get back to the panelists for final opinions. Any more questions? No more. questions. Okay, so let's get back to the panel again. We have about 8 minutes. Final opinion, if you want to summarize water conservation, business factor, competitiveness, going forward, what needs to happen? 1 minute.
I think the key words will be collaboration and joint action. Because if we want to achieve the national and global sustainability goals, we need to work together. It's not a one organization's job, neither one factory, nor one brand, nor one development agency. I think STUI, along with our brand partners and factory partners, we have demonstrated that when different partners come, different stakeholders come together, change can happen, positive impact can be done, and best practices can be improved in factories. And our objective is to enable sector-level shift and mass adoption. Frankly, we would like to be redundant, and we would like the local capabilities and the factories be able to help themselves. And I think that is a stage that all of us are working towards. But it cannot happen alone. It cannot happen in a minute. So I think collaboration and fast joint actions. I think just to summarize in the last line, I feel faster action and harmonization of action is the key. So
okay.
That's my thing.
Mr. Fazlul Haq.
I think comment will be more or less same, but I would like to very specific that it would not be correct that if we only think that if only the textile people are the liable for this whole issue. This is I think we have to make it a social issue, and that's come from the policymaker together with all the stakeholder, and make it a social issue. And okay, we are the part of the society, and everybody has to take his responsibility, play his I think very responsible role towards his responsibility fixed in the policy to water conservation.
Okay. Excellency.
Thank you. Well, for us as Sweden, as a development partner, we have been involved and we supported, for example, the initiative that looked into through CV ways of conserving water, and it turned out, as you mentioned, it's very successful. And so we're more than happy to look at what more we can do for the mechanisms that do exist to be used in various ways. It's also technology from Swedish industry that's cutting edge, not only for water conservation, but also for energy. And as been mentioned, these two hang together, energy and water. There's no separating them. But it is a good question, and I come back to what I said before. Roadmap, how do we take this beyond events like this? Also because there are so many different stakeholders. How can we pull this together and move forward? So I leave that for the remaining speakers.
Thank you. Farooq Hassan, roadmap, going forward, what to do?
I think from the industry side, from the production people, I think we have to do reduce, reuse, and recycle. And I believe that reduce and quite remarkable progress, but recycle and reuse, that's from the perspectives, the other side, like from the buyer, we have to have a more collaboration from the development partner and from the buyer. And finally, from the consumer part, the consumer also have also their part to support these things, because sustainability alone cannot do the manufacturers here. So that's the area also we need support, because you have seen that in Bangladesh, the ready-made garment industry, textile industry, especially in last 10 years, have done a lot of investment. We have done workplace safety and other area. Sustainability is there, but we need support from the brand and the consumer to make more sustainable of this industry.
Thank you. Kiran, you already talked about it from H&M's perspective, but a little bit more in general would be nice.
Yeah, I think I'd like to contradict my own statement when I said in my opening remarks. I think water is abundantly available here in Bangladesh. When I say it's available, it's in terms of regulatory, because it's very important that we need to have regulatory measures on how do we abstract water and how do we use it in the production process. That
good example what you mentioned, Anshul, on Tirupur. I was there in India that time. It's, many of the mills and bleaching units got shut down because there was no water. I think we should not take that path. It's important that we need to advocate towards having policy changes. That's very, very important. And then we collectively all together have a role to play in that as stakeholders for this textile industry here. So again, I would like to reiterate the point in saying that we need to take actions. We have, maybe I would want to steal from Frank, action, collaboration, and transformation. I think that's also applicable here for the environment.
Thank you very much. Do we have audience poll results? Are we still doing it? Anybody from the organizers? Because I'm supposed to ask you to put it up on the screen. I guess we didn't take audience poll. Everybody's too sleepy after lunch, like I said. No, thank you all very much, the panelists. I think we've had an excellent interaction about the topic, water conservation. Is it a business factor in Bangladesh? I positively always feel that the Bangladeshi entrepreneurs, when it comes to green and sustainable initiatives, somehow or the other, I think we have an inherent ambition to go for greener initiatives. The example of that is, in the number of LEED certified factories that we have in this country. We have fabulous state-of-the-art green factories in this country. Fazlul Haq, he's got a brilliant green factory. He's just set up another one. And he's making all these investments because I think we have it in ourselves to think about the environment, think about the nature, think about the country, its resources. Resource management is going to be extremely important going forward. And the 200 factories that were part of, the 300 factories that were part of the Partnership for Cleaner Textiles program, these were mainly dyeing houses. One of my factories was also part of this process, New Age Textiles Limited. And I could see that they spontaneously engaged. So once the effort and the intention is there from the industry, it is now up to the donors and the brands and the policymakers to collaborate and ensure, again, as I have mentioned, I still have 57 seconds according to the clock. Please don't ring the bell. If there is collaboration and joint initiatives made together, I think we can make a difference. So let's take that message, scale up the good practices that has taken place, collaborate, enable us, and get us access to green funds, which we can source at 3-4%, because 13-14% is not going to be good at all. With those closing words, I once again thank my distinguished panel. All of you have contributed fabulously. And I thank the audience for listening to us. I know it was difficult, but thank you all very much, and thank to the organizers for arranging this beautiful event. I always possess a very high opinion about Mustafiz and the work that he's doing. Please keep it up. A round of applause, I tell you, for Sustainable Apparel Forum and denim experts. These guys do a fabulous job. And for the first time, and after a very long time, BGMEA has been associated with this. So I think that's all very good. Thank you all very much. We have to take a group photograph, so I'd request all of us to kind of come forward, please.
Thanks to the Honorable Moderator and speakers for sharing insights into water conservation issue. As the demand for sustainable apparel manufacturing is growing stronger, the importance of professional sustainability reporting is also getting more important. To help you understand the technical and professional aspects of sustainability reporting, let's welcome Ms. Caroline Friedrich, Consultant, GFA, GIZ, to give away her presentation on Sustainability Reporting, a Driver for Sustainable Economic Growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Caroline Friedrich, Consultant, GFA, GIZ, at the podium with a loud round of applause. During the presentations, we will be conducting digital opinion polls. The identity card given to you at the registration desk has a QR code printed at its back. You can scan the code and participate at the polls and ask questions to the speakers. Your valuable opinion will help us better understand our industry and improve the services of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Carolyn Friedrich.
Thank you very much. Wow, I'm impressed. Thank you for the honor to speak today here. My name is Caroline Friedrich. I'm from Stakeholder Reporting. This is a consultant company from Germany, and we work in the field of sustainability reporting, management, and climate strategy now for about 17 years. The reason why I'm here today is is a project which is sponsored by GIZ. And the idea was that we wanted to introduce sustainability reporting to associations in the RMG and leather sector. And the idea was to tell the story about the achievements made during the last years, but also to encourage further sustainable activities. And I thought, wow, this is really an opportunity, because normally you work for companies and, well, you do a single company report and another single company report. But here I saw the possibility really to report on a sector advancement. And I think this is a missing link between what we have on an international level with the SDGs and the national reporting, and on company level with sustainability reports. And we were very happy that BGMEA as well as BKMEA joined this project. And just this morning I was at their offices, and yeah, I'm really quite happy to see that they're progressing quite well. And hopefully next year we will be able to release the first reports. And also in the meantime, we have 3 pilot companies who also joined this project and will develop a sustainability report in this sector. So for me, it's really a wonderful project. I'm very much looking forward to it. And it brought me to the question of my presentation. If we consider sustainability reporting in this wider context, in a national context, can it be a driver for sustainable economic growth? So we started our company 17 years ago, and at that time there were not really much interest in it. There were a couple of, well, enthusiastic CEOs on sustainability, but that's it. And at that time, it mainly was a branding tool. Yeah, you wanted to tell the story about your sustainability achievements. 17 years later, and after 150 reports, I'm quite sure that it's more than branding. It helps you to develop your company and to achieve continuous progress. And I think, as I mentioned, especially if it's incorporated in a wider national and also regulatory framework, it can be even more fruitful. Well, there are many studies about the value added of sustainability reporting. I wanted to share a recent one with you. It's from the UN Global Compact and it's Accenture, and they did it 3 years ago as well. And so they compared the data of the companies, and they realized, okay, those companies who were able to align their management according to sustainability, they were quite successful, and they were also competitive in an international market. And those who didn't care about sustainability issues, they were the underperformers. And even if the CEO who participated in this study ranked sustainability contributions to a company's performance quite high. They even expect sustainability issues contribute even more in the next years to brand increase, revenue growth, risk mitigation, and cost reduction. Another interesting study I wanted to share with you was about key capabilities to transform to sustainable management. And as you can see in this figure, sustainability reporting may not have the strongest impact, but the easiest one to start with. So by doing sustainability reports, you can transform your company, you can transform an association, and you even get the recognition from your stakeholders. And I think the most important thing about reporting is that it ensures transparency and accountability. And as you mentioned, we have to really, 1 year later, we have to look, okay, did the measures work out? Have we been successful? And also to this, sustainability is contributing quite well. What's the reason why I think sustainability reporting is a good tool? Well, first of all, if we look at the international development of the most important reporting standards, especially like the Global Reporting Initiative, we can see that these reporting standards continuously improved. In the beginning, the first thing was, okay, we don't only want to have environmental reports, we want to have sustainability reports. So they focused also on social and governance issues. Then later, they said, okay, let's have a more strategic approach on sustainability. Let's focus on those topics we really have an impact on. Yeah? Those topics a company has challenges with. That was the materiality principle we can also find in all international reporting standards. And in 2016, there was the latest important release. And at that time, GRI introduced the principle of the management report. So if you want to report against GRI, you have to show what are your most important issues, how do you impact the environment, what are your measures against it to overcome these challenges, and also how do you ensure that your measures are really fruitful. So that means you can't report without having really a good management approach to sustainability. So I think this shows quite well that reporting and management goes hand in hand. Also, politicians, from my point of view, have recognized that reporting is a good tool to encourage sustainable development. And just to mention the EU regulation from 2016, it's on CSR reporting. And since then, it's mandatory also for example, medium-sized companies to report on information about their supply chain. So this has a direct link to countries like Bangladesh, and I think also from this side, the pressure will increase. So what do you gain from a sustainability report? I think I skipped the external drivers because I'm quite sure you're very much aware of this. From a sustainability report, what advantages do companies have? Well, first of all, they're a source of information for external stakeholders. So if you publish them, analysts from the financial market will look into it, and they might rank you. Yeah? And if you have a good performance, a company is more value for investors, for example. But in many countries, there's also national rankings on sustainability. So you can compare yourself with your competitors, and also media likes to look into it and write about these performances. Then another important thing from my point of view is it's a knowledge base. Yeah, once a year you gather the knowledge about sustainability in this report. You have to approach your employees, ask them, okay, what did you do during the last year? What was the progress? And it also creates this kind of accountability that you have to go and improve step by step. Another important thing is sustainability reports motivates your employees, because if you can showcase your project in a sustainability report, this is kind of award for the work they are doing. In the last years also many brands started to brand their green products, and more the marketing department, yeah, they go ahead and say, okay, this is our green product, we have to market it. And in sustainability, there's also a danger in it. Because if you do that, well, of course, greenwashing accusations might occur. And if you don't have a really good sustainability report and good sustainability performance, especially civil society will take an eye on it. And at the last point, I think in the future also sustainability will be more and more part of risk management and risk analysis. And when we are working with our clients on sustainability reporting, in the beginning it's always also about what are the risks resulting from sustainability. Are there risks for our company? And 5 years ago we didn't speak much about risks related to climate change or fire safety or whatever. But today it's much more important, and it's still a long way to go to incorporate these kind of risks in company management. To come back to my vision that we need to have better connections between company and national and sectoral reporting. I think with the SDGs we have a good opportunity to encourage this link. Because if you compare it with the Millennium Development Goals, they weren't as successful as the SDGs. The SDGs are really an international accepted norm. And if we take the example of SDG number 12, sustainable consumption and production, we see that it requires from governments to increase sustainability reports in their countries. Because the idea is if we increase sustainability reporting within companies, we can improve sustainable consumption and production. And of course, I'm also aware that from the consumption side, countries and nations like Germany or the US, we have to take the steps to change our consumption patterns as well. So, the question for, the time after our reporting project is, how can we accelerate it? How can we make it more easier for companies to do sustainability reporting? And from behavioral economics, we know that we have to motivate for change, we have to ease the change, and we have to socialize the change. And if we take sustainability reporting and its strengths on transparency and accounting in the center, what could it mean, for example, for a country like Bangladesh? I think we need to incentivize reporting. So it could be by a national award or a ranking, and we need to have more positive and personal messages about reporting and the advantages. And I think it would be also good to increase competitiveness in the international market for many more companies to have a sectoral progress report. To ease the change, of course, a multi-stakeholder network, maybe to encourage peer-to-peer learning, would be helpful. And perhaps we also need to think about possibilities to encourage SME, the contribution and the involvement of SMEs. Because I think it's not enough if only the international selling brands are doing the reporting. We have to widen the focus, and we have to find a solution which is possible for nearly every company. Yeah, and last but not least, I think public commitments, maybe together from government and from companies and from civil society, can help to work like a campaign for sustainability. And I think it's crucial to acknowledge those who are already doing sustainability and who are doing reporting, and to value their measures and their practices, and not to harm them for their transparency. So this is what I'm thinking about and what I try to achieve in the future. And yeah, happy to receive also your comments and ideas on that. Thank you very much.
Do you have time?
I just am at 15 minutes.
Does anyone have any questions? No, you're done. Thank you very much. Honorable attendees, at this stage of the event, please allow me to move on to the preliminary session 4 of the event. This session is named Purchasing Practice, and their impact on suppliers. At this session, speakers will analyze the current purchasing practices from the perspective of manufacturers, how the current trends of purchasing practices affect our industry, labor rights programs, and so on. In this session, we are happy to have the presence of Ms. Jill Tucker, Head of Labor Rights Program, CNA Foundation, Dr. Frank Hoffer, Executive Director, ACT, Ms. Shopna Bhomik, Country Manager of M&S, Mr. Miran Ali, Director of BGMEA and Managing Director of Remy Holdings Limited, Mr. Jeff Wintermans, Coordinator, Dutch Agreement on Sustainable Garment and Textile AGT, Ms. Fiona Gooch, Senior Policy Advisor, Tradecraft Exchange UK, and Mr. Cohen Oosterom, Country Manager, Bangladesh and Myanmar, Fairwear Foundation. This session will be moderated by Jill Tucker, Head of Labor Rights Program, CNA Foundation. I would like to request the moderator and the speakers to take their seats on the dais, please. Please note that, like any other session, we will also conduct opinion polls during this session. The given identity card to you has a QR code printed at its back. You can scan the code and participate at the polls and ask questions to the speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jill Tucker with CNA Foundation, and I'm delighted to facilitate this panel, which I've heard is going to be the best session in the entire forum. So please put down your phones And we've told them to turn off the Wi-Fi so that you can listen to our illustrious panel. We really do have an illustrious and very diverse panel here that are going to address an issue that's really very important for the Bangladesh RMG industry, and that is the issue of purchasing practices. And the truth of the matter is, if we don't get purchasing practices right, we're not going to get anything right in this industry. Just so that we're all on the same wavelength, we have a definition of purchasing practices that you can see. We are defining purchasing practices as the way that global retailers and brands interact and do business with the manufacturers that supply their products. And this term can mean many aspects of the relationship between buyers and manufacturers, such as price negotiations, forecasting, lead times, order volumes, changes to orders, payment terms, etc. Now, I think we've already heard this morning about how the purchasing practices problem manifests itself. And there are many ways. Sometimes it is merely the risk and the pressure that the buyer is feeling is sent down the chain and passed down to suppliers. So the time pressure, the cost pressure is just a downward spiral that ultimately impacts the manufacturers and the workers negatively. And then sometimes there truly are unethical buyers that change the price or delivery or other terms, sometimes even after the product is already finished and sitting at the dock ready to ship. And I think you heard Mr. Momin of the Pride Group this morning talk about a buyer pressuring him, threatening is the word he used, who said, "You take this price or else." And I'm sure that is not something that is unfamiliar to the manufacturers in this room. But we're not here to talk about problems. So this panel is going to talk about solutions. We all know the problems. Let's focus on the solutions. Each person is going to have only 3 minutes to pitch their solution. And I will be a ruthless timekeeper. And then, well, I really want you all to listen carefully because we are going to have a poll after everyone is finished to select which solution we think is going to bring the most positive change to the Bangladesh ready-made garment industry. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Miran Ali for his solution.
Thank you, Jill. What I want to propose, and this I think is on behalf of most manufacturers, is that we want to see common standards applied across the supply chain, across countries, across buyers. There is no validity in the statement that it's a country-specific issue. Whether the roof is going to fall on your head or not is not a country-specific issue. It's a standard. It's a global standard. Not having the same inspection procedures in place in all your supplying countries simply means avoiding responsibility in the absence of a tragic accident. So all buyers must exercise the same fire, electrical, structural, and social standards across all their supply chain, even if it's not going to be to the spinner or to the fabric mill. Maybe that's a bit further down the road. But garments producers, the final product producers, whether it's garments, shoes, soft goods, small luggage, whatever is the item, the final product must be inspected from factories which follow a common standard. This will be the first thing to have a level playing field and reduce the constant pressure to reduce prices for competition between factories and between countries as well. The other point is the persistent, specifically in the case of a lot of European companies, the persistent prevalence of the use of middlemen as cut-offs, value-added service providers, call it what you will. I'll call them a cut-off. The buyer will call them a value-added service provider. This use of middlemen, intermediaries, ends up taking away whatever margin the factory could have possibly had. ending up in the pocket of somebody else who's providing very little ways of service, where the ultimate buyer can actually do these things themselves by having direct relationships with the responsible suppliers. The whole concept is responsible buyers, responsible suppliers across countries, not trying to, separate things by bringing up, well, we have Accord for Bangladesh and we'll experiment something for Vietnam, but we don't know what's going to happen. And in India, we'll do nothing, just for an example. So that's my statement in short. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The timing was perfect. And so you're talking, just to repeat, Moran is talking about consistent standards across countries, across suppliers, and also eliminate the middleman so that more of the profit can go to the people who are actually doing the work. Yeah. And next we have Fiona.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Right. I'm going for legislative solutions. I don't believe that voluntary solutions in this space work. And I believe that if we did have a legislative solution, then voluntary initiatives would be more successful. And let me explain why. Purchasing practices by retailers and brands, as you're all aware, can enable positive improvements. But they can also disable positive improvements and lead to corner cutting and reducing worker rights. The problems in purchasing practices have been documented for more than 15 years. I've been working on this for a number of years, and over that time period I have seen that the practices in some areas have got worse. No amount of inducements to beg retailers and brands will actually improve practices, because the external context of constant price pressure, constantly faster, is continuing. So if the external environment is not changing, I do not believe it is possible to beg brands and retailers to change their purchasing practices. Any changes that are achieved will only be based on something that is temporary, and essentially will be changed if the retailer has a profit warning or the senior management team has a new change or whim. It will not be sustainable. The reason why I'm suggesting a change in legislative practices is that we now have at the European level a directive on unfair trading practices that applies to all food retailers, some of which obviously are also buying garments. If they breach this directive for how they buy food, they can be subject to investigations, fines, other types of penalties, and it has also been considered that confidential complaints can be made because suppliers are afraid of complaining. So I have come to share this suggestion that we should push for legislative change at a European level. But if we are going to have success in achieving this, I need your help. The level of evidence required for achieving legislative change at a European level will be fairly considerable, and it will take some time. So I have come here to find out if you would like a legislative solution. And obviously I will talk to other countries that are also supplying garments, because everyone is experiencing the same purchasing practices, problems. And if you would like a legislative solution, please would you join me in forming a coalition so that we start to push for change. And obviously I'm happy to take any questions.
Exactly 3 minutes. That was wonderful. So Fiona is suggesting a legislative solution where it is not voluntary to change and improve your purchasing practices, but it's mandatory, and where there are checks and balances, because there's a whistleblower or a complaints mechanism where people can, or manufacturers can complain about unfair trading practices. Thank you. And next we have Jeff.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. My 3 minutes are running, and of course my iPad is just dying, but we get that through. What I have as a solution for the issue is that at the buyer side, there needs to be an integration of all the social responsibility, corporate social responsibility, responsibility, business conduct, whatever you call it, policies and practices into the buying and sourcing practices and policies. From where I am working at the Dutch Agreement on Sustainable Garments and Textiles, we have high-level negotiations within the companies that have joined it, and with the CEO, the Chief Purchasing Officer and the Chief Sustainability Officer, we look at how systems work within the organization, whether the IT infrastructure actually supports sustainable purchasing, whether the position of the head of sustainability is sufficient to overrule a suggestion of a buyer to source from a manufacturer where the conditions are either unknown or known to be insufficient. And it's not to punish manufacturers, but it's to get clear that from the same company buying, buyer or retailer, brand or retailer, a coherent set of demands is communicated to the manufacturer. And in the ideal world, that is done one-on-one. But if we are not there yet, we might look into ways to team up in that respect. And buying brands and retailers can improve a lot. For instance, by publicly communicating that they would like to adhere to the ACT, the ACT, standards and claims on what you then do. They could introduce two-way codes of conduct, like the ones developed by the Ethical Trade Initiative, ETI, that not only demand manufacturers to meet certain criteria, but also tell the manufacturer to which standard the buyer is willing to be held in terms of not changing orders late, on payment terms, and all the things that have been mentioned before in the definition. So I think that is one element to look at, is coherence of the policy of buyers, and really make sure that within the company, in this case in Europe, that becomes coherent and the buyers are trained on the negative impacts they can cause or contribute to, so that they better understand what their decisions lead up to. I'll keep it at that.
Thanks, Jeff. So Jeff's solution is integration of the roles of compliance or sustainability and sourcing staff, coherence between their standards, and even I thought I heard you say sustainability or CSR can actually overpower sourcing, which I think we pretty much never see nowadays.
The good thing is that within the AGT, we are now seeing that some companies are actually changing their internal structure to get that done.
Okay. And now I'm really happy to introduce Frank from ACT, because if you've been here this morning, many people have been talking about ACT. So not to put you on the spot, but you have to live up to all of those references.
Yeah, thank you, Jill, and good afternoon to everybody. I think we all are clear that for too long we have a situation where we are playing in a game without rules, and bad practices have the tendency to push out good practices. If we want to change that, I think we need pre-competitive collaboration between suppliers and buyers in addressing the issue. And I think that's where ACT is about. I represent an organization where 21 large global brands and Industrial came together with the objective to address purchasing practices and enable purchasing practices that allow for paying better wages and improving working conditions. The brands we are representing are buying for $8 billion in this country every year. And if we see the ambitious goal here to raise the market to 50 billion, I think we all agree you will only manage that at production, and you only will get a fair price if this is done in a sustainable manner. And for that, what we think is brands have to change the behavior. If we want to move from a game without rules to new rules of the game, I think we have to start showing how we want to change our purchasing practices. That's how we started. We did a self-assessment of the purchasing practices. We discussed the suppliers in different countries, what are their key issues, and we came up with 5 key areas where purchasing practices have to change. It's incorporating wage costs as a separate item in pricing and make sure that the wages go up and everything else stays the same, prices go up. Secondly, having improved terms of payment, that you don't change the terms of payment, that you live up to what you promised. Third, to improve forecasting and planning. Fourth, I think very important, to make sure that the buyers in a factory are trained and asked to incorporate the sustainability requirements in their buying practices. And fifth, to have a responsible strategy if you have to exit a factory, if you have to go somewhere else. Now, these are commitments. How do we make the commitments credible? We just adopted, you can find it on the website, an accountability and monitoring framework. A key element of that is what, let me call it a bit provocative, that we need to have an element of reverse auditing. So we need a possibility for the suppliers to say, how can we check on what you are doing? So we will do an annual survey of the suppliers, and we come here to the country. We will have an intensive discussion with suppliers here, with BGMEA, to say, look, what do you need in feeling that our approach is credible? Because we will only make that happen if we work together on that process. Final point, I think I like the idea of Miran to say it should be at the same time, all over the world, immediately. He knows, I know, that's not what happens. We will have processes in different countries, but what is key is that those countries who want to be spearheading the sustainability approach, and our approach will be those where brands say, that's where we stay in sourcing. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. So ACT is going to be taking 5 steps. I'm not going to go through them all, but they're also going to be collaborating with BGMEA and other industry associations to make sure that what the brands say that they do is really what they are doing. And we'll talk more about that later. Swapna, can you tell us what your solution is?
Very good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. While I agree about the standardization, globalization, and the legislation as well, I've got 2 simple solutions. We still didn't get our basics right. The first thing is, we have to be great marketeer. We have got these great green factories, we have got the great mills coming in Bangladesh, but when it comes to doing value-added products, we do not consider Bangladesh. Okay, it's always Turkey and China. So let's get the basic first. Let's promote first what we have achieved so far and be a great marketeer of bringing those value-added products where factory can make more profit. It's a mixed basket and the workers get paid better. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the collaborative efficiency increase. I think we are often challenged that the manufacturers are not efficient enough. But I think the brands got to play a big role here as well. I think brands play a big role to manufacturers in efficiency too. And this collaborative approach, having the capacity management, giving the proper forecasts, will help them making better planning and becoming more efficient. So I think this is very important. This collaborative approach of increasing the efficiency will improve the overall standard. The third thing I quickly wanted to say is the transparency. Now, how you are sourcing. We sometimes go to good restaurants and we love the food there, but we often try to check the hygiene inside. But I think the time is there. If the factories are actually testing really good, but I think the hygiene check is really important. So that transparency in terms of sourcing and buying would bring a big change to this practice of better purchase.
Thank you, Swapna. So Swapna said, marketing Bangladesh better, marketing the industry better. And I just want to underscore, since some of you might not have been at an earlier session where Andrew mentioned that made in Japan used to be, in the old days, it used to be a sign of shoddy workmanship, but that the government of Japan really worked to improve the image and to improve the quality until now Japan is considered, the products out of Japan are considered to be the highest quality. So that is something that's possible here. And the other ideas you had were collaborative efficiency increases and transparency. And then our last presenter is Kun.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rare Foundation.
Hello.
The blue one, I think. This one will.
Can you step here? Maybe it's the circuit.
Okay, it has been mentioned a couple of times that there is a power imbalance between brands and factories. And if you look at the value distribution.
Stop. They're not here. Try again. Yeah, try it now.
Apparently.
We can at least speak right now. This how I do it for you.
Okay, I'm going to try again. Now I think it has been mentioned a couple of times before, there's a power imbalance between brands and factories. Also, if you look at the value distribution along a supply chain, you see that most of the money and most of the power actually lies with the brands and retailers. And at the same time, responsibility when it comes to human rights compliance, improving the working conditions, lies almost exclusively with the factories. Whereas the brands accept very little accountability when it comes to their own responsibility in terms of improving working conditions. And that is something that we want to address, because we as Fairer Foundation, I think we are unique in the sense that we actually hold all of our 130 member brands accountable for their purchasing practices. So all the decisions that they make, when it comes to production planning or setting prices or following up on corrective action plan, all of the decisions that they can make are being held up for scrutiny, for verification by Fairer Foundation, and we report on this in a transparent way. I think this is also unique. The assessments of the purchasing practices of our member brands are made public. It's on our website. And we are now planning also to improve our brand performance check system even further by start making use of data from better buying. This is something that we are also in collaboration with ETI. This is one of the things that we want to move ahead on, is that we are using data assessments by Better Buy on certain brands, on purchasing practices of brands, also in our own assessments of the brands, so that we can indeed report with even more informed information on purchasing practices of brands. And then secondly, I spoke about the power imbalance between brands and factories. We also see this when it comes to price negotiation. Prices are determined mostly by the price that the brand is willing to pay for the goods. They are not, or at least not sufficiently determined by the actual cost that is incurred by the factory to make the goods. So this is leading to a situation where a lot of factories are forced to accept orders which are actually below their cost of production. So in our view, when the labor costs go up, for instance, because there is a minimum wage increase or when there is an effort to go for living wages, we need to ring fence the labor cost. We need to isolate and protect the labor cost in a transparent costing and pricing process. And this is what we are trying to do also through some of the work that we're doing on labor minute costing. We've developed tools which would help factories to negotiate with their customers and to make clear to them that they need a certain price in order to at least comply with the minimum wage legislation or going forward towards a living wage. And at the same time, this also helps brands, because also brands want to make certain that they pay prices that actually suffice for a factory to be compliant with statutory requirements. So I think this is a win-win situation, and so increased transparency on purchasing practices, but also increased transparency when it comes to ring-fencing labor and price cost negotiation is what we are all about. So, thank you, Jill.
Great, thank you. So Kun's talking about all of their 130 brands in Fair Wear Foundation. If you look on their website, you can find an individual report on the purchasing practices for each of those brands. So that is unique among any multi-stakeholder initiative that I'm aware of. And also detailed work on labor costing and ring-fencing the labor costing and being transparent about that as well. Now, what I want to ask you all to do now is to get onto the polling site. Is everybody, you've been using your phones all day. I'm sure you can get onto the polling site, Slido. And I want you to vote for which of these solutions you think is the best to resolve the purchasing practices problem in the Bangladesh garment industry. We're not going to talk about it quite yet. Just keep voting. I want to ask the panel something first, though. I think we all agree that we don't have time to waste. As Fiona said, we've been talking about purchasing practices for 15 years, more intensively the last few years. But we do know the characteristics of good purchasing practices. And so I want you all to tell me, in your scheme or your suggestion, is there any public disclosure, such as Kun described? Is it mandatory or is it voluntary? Is it cross-industry or is it a small group? And is there any sorts of a complaints mechanism? So if you don't have those four characteristics, complaint mechanism, industry-wide, mandatory, and publicly disclosed, how are we really going to solve this problem? And Frank, I'm going to start with you. And then we'll look at the poll.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, our approach is that if you look at wage setting, we think that has to be a national wage floor. It can be either done through minimum wage, or we would prefer to do it through industry-wide collective bargaining, because we think that also ensures that the industry itself, the employers and the workers, determine what is the wage level. Second point, it has to be an industry-wide standard about purchasing practices of brands to support this. We think that with having already a substantial share in the market, we hope that other brands are joining, that we can make this the industry standard, but we also think that nothing succeeds like success. So we need more members, but I think we do not need everybody on board, but we need a critical mass. And as I said, we have 8 billion in the country here to start the process. Concerning transparency, as I said, we have an accountability and monitoring report, process. There will be an annual report. There will be an annual survey of the suppliers, whether things which are promised to change do change. There will be a complaints mechanism, and I think unique to our approach is also that with Industrial, we have a trade union, and all the brands have signed a memorandum of understanding with Industrial that they will live up to their commitments and that their membership within ACT will end if Industrial feels you promised and you didn't deliver. Did I all get all your points?
Yes, I just want to ask you one follow-up question. Is 20 brands a critical mass? And if it isn't, what do you think is?
Well, I think we need more members. I don't think that I can say definitely to you what is the critical mass. It also depends on the engagement in a country, whether a country and the partners in the country say we want to go ahead. I think we have been having growing membership. We had a large retail company with 100 million turnover joining yesterday. So I think that we are growing. I won't put you a figure, but I think we have by far enough leverage to start the process.
And because we're being transparent, what was the brand that just joined?
Lidl.
Oh, great. Okay, so Lidl has joined. Swapna, you were talking about transparency. So I'm wondering, does Marks & Spencer disclose information on its purchasing practices?
It's mainly with where we are buying from, the manufacturers. It's been transparent. And then all the components that coming with that products, it's been available for the common forum to have a look. And we are looking at standardization across the industry and the manufacturers as well for the future.
Maybe we can turn to Jeff. So the Dutch Covenant has about 70 brands that represent almost 100 labels. Do you think that that is enough to start moving with a critical mass changing purchasing practices?
If you look at the number of the companies, you might think it's a little bit small, but they actually represent about 50% of the Dutch market. And I think, if I understand literature on transition correctly, you need about 25% to 30% of any market that goes in a certain direction of change to be able to be successful. It's not guaranteed you will be successful, but if you're less than that, you won't be. That's from the literature on transition that I've studied. So if that's the case, 50% should allow us to go forward. And in that respect, it's, I think, relevant to note here that the Dutch agreement is kind of similar to the German Partnership for Sustainable Textile, which has a similar base. And they also represent around 50% of the German market. So teaming up with them helps us in many ways, and that's actually what we also try to do.
Staying in the Netherlands, I wanted to ask you, Koen, so how many of the fair wear brands are also in the Dutch Covenant, and how do you see that there's a need for both of your organizations, just specifically on the issue of purchasing practices?
Just to clarify, we're not a Dutch initiative, even though we're based in the Netherlands. We're European initiatives, so the 130 brands are coming from, I think, 9 European countries. I think we don't see ourselves as an organization that has to be massive in terms of brands as our member companies. We feel that we are to some extent, we are small enough to be innovative. So we can really try out new things. And we see ourselves as an organization that seeks collaboration with other organizations in order to achieve the impact that we want to have. So we are collaborating with Chef from the AGT, we are collaborating with the textile bootness also, we are collaborating with ETI, with ACT, and also in the different production countries we are working with the BGMEA, for instance, and the BKMEA in Bangladesh. So the change that we want to see happen, I think, can only come about if we pull together and try to build on each other's strengths.
Yet your strength is that you're the only MSI that does disclose information on purchasing practices. Are you persuading others of all of these partners of yours to go along? Because there's not going to be industry-wide change with only 130 members.
Yes, that is definitely what we're doing. And that's why we're also partnering, for instance, with an organization like ETI, because we also want to sort of convey our knowledge and experience and some of the capacity building things that we do to other MSIs so that they can also have a stronger focus on purchasing practices vis-a-vis their member companies. And similarly, also, indeed, for instance, with the textile bootness and AGT, we're also speaking about purchasing practices in order to convey and to increase our leverage that way.
Before we speak with Miran and Fiona, I just want to look at can you show us the poll? Hello? Because it looks like the legislative solution is the most popular. So I wanted to ask you, Fiona, how long do you think, I mean, you have experience with a legislative solution that addresses unfair trading practices. How long do you think it will take, or could it take, to achieve that in the global apparel industry? Okay, so we see.
Thank you for your question. I also wanted to go through some of your answers. So in terms of mandatory, yes, it would be mandatory. And generally, the legislation that has been passed so far is on the largest businesses. So it's mandatory on the largest. Yes, it is complaint initiated. Obviously, it's industry-wide. In terms of reporting, it might be worth you being aware that when Tesco's was investigated by the Grocery Code Adjudicator in the UK, it found that Tesco's collected supplier payments of 1.7 billion over 5 years, up to 2.4 billion. This accounted for 30% of Tesco's cash profits. So the idea that a brand or a retailer would drop that quantity of profit making somehow is ludicrous to me. Therefore, this is necessary to pursue a legislative approach because some of these trading practices are already illegal and abusive. The question is, how do we design the appropriate legislation? And that needs help. To get this directive on unfair trading practices in food, it took 10 years. We could reduce that time with good quality evidence and proper coalitions, and also if the retailers and brands did not fight it. On the food level, the European food retailers set up a little private membership organisation to purposefully delay and attempt to self-regulate it. Of course, it fails. Now it may work because actually it becomes attractive against the legislative approach that they actually will improve their practices. But that initiative delayed legislation by at least 3 years. So it is a long road, but I don't believe that voluntary practices alone can achieve it. I think the detail of what my colleagues are doing is fantastic, but it will be more successful against a legislative backdrop.
Miran, as the lone manufacturer on this stage, you've heard these solutions. Give us your unvarnished opinion.
Two comments. Number one, we are opposed to the idea of a legislative solution because I don't think it's practical. A. B. Unless it's going to be a UN convention, it's not going to be useful because If you just look at this panel right here, we've got the AGT, Fairwear Foundation, and ACT. These two gentlemen represent primarily Northwest European brands, and ACT represents one North American and a couple of Australian, and the rest of them are all Europeans again. We don't want another Eurocentric solution for a problem which is pervasive across the industry, across brands, across countries, across suppliers. We need a simple solution which is not setting up another foundation, another coalition or whatever. No, just demand people use the same standards across their supply basis. That's it. It's a simple solution.
But how is that enforced? I mean, how can you possibly enforce it seems like you are counting on the goodwill.
Transparency. Transparency. The more transparent you are, the more transparent your supply chain is, the less you can hide what's going on. Rather than giving aggregated results of your suppliers, of your brand's suppliers, you give specific.
Jeff's been waiting.
Yes, I would like to underline that in line with what you said, the AGT is based on the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, which themselves were derived from the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights. So if you look for either a law, an international law, at UN level or something the like, there is already a framework there, and we deliberately in the Netherlands choose to take that scheme as the reference point because it makes clear that it is the duty of governments, of states, to protect human rights and labor rights and the environment, but that it is a responsibility of business to respect human rights and labor rights and the environment and animal welfare. So there is already a mechanism there which you could refer to if you want to have a common standard. And so my invitation to all existing schemes and initiatives would be to find wording on how they relate themselves to this international framework of the UNGPs and the OECD guidelines, and amend their processes if necessary to be able to communicate to their market, whether manufacturers, brands, retailers, NGOs, etc., how they can contribute to the solution that governments can better protect and that companies can better respect. And there must be access to remedies in all cases, but that's in our system as well. Thank you very much.
Yes. Let me just answer your question. I am proposing legislation at a European level. The way that legislation at a European level works is the need for essentially fair markets, and it is the fair European market. So any business selling clothes in Europe, irrespective of the nationality of the business, would have to abide by that law. So to get fairness, you have to get fairness at a market, because consumers move for £3 or £4. So we are looking at a directive that would enforce fairness across Europe, is my proposal. And obviously I would welcome your support.
Yes, I would like to hear from you, Muram, because you were the one who was saying you wanted fair standards across the board, and it seems like that's what legislation is.
The moment you start trying to define what is fairness, that's more of a, I won't say vacuous. It's more, it's difficult to define. It's difficult to pin down. It's much easier to pin down standards like what's the width of your aisle, or what's your minimum wage, or what's your working hours, the ILO conventions. These are easier, more objective criteria. I want to work on objective criteria. I think Fiona has a rebuttal.
I do have an answer. So this is what has been passed for food. Payments later than 30 days for perishable products. Later than 30 days is illegal for a perishable product. Later than 60 days for any food is illegal. I believe you are all experiencing payments that are later than 60 days. That's the first two. Number 3, short notice cancellations for perishable food. Now, in your sector, it would be anything that relates to a unique event. So it's Halloween, it's Valentine's, whatever is a unique event, effectively as a perishable product when we come to the garment sector. Any unilateral changes to contract, any business that chooses not to give written terms is illegal under this. I could carry on. Payments that are not related to a specific transaction, so where someone's come begging to you and said, I'm sorry, I didn't meet my margin, any chance you could give me a donation, whatever they call it. It has no payment for a benefit. It's illegal. So it's very commercial. We're not talking about conditions placed on the factory here. No, it's purely on commercial terms. And then we've got a list of grey practices. But these ideas have to be adapted to what you have in the garment sector. And what I understand, going back several years to when we produced a guide on responsible purchasing in garments, sampling is a key issue. And I don't know, sampling is different in food, so we would have to think about how that aspect got incorporated into legislation, as well as what are the appropriate numbers that go into here.
I'm not sure if you can hear everything she's saying. It's very hard to hear, but I think what Fiona is saying is that what is unfair is actually defined in the directive, in the law, and they have a list of black practices that are illegal and then gray practices that maybe get some sort of censure. And so they are trying to get specific about what is fair and what is not fair. Does that help you?
I think we're both, we are all approaching the same issue, but it appears that we are approaching it from different sides. You're going for from the purchase side, the purchaser side, and what I'm propounding again and again is that we set the same supplier-based standards to be higher, so that the supplier base, if the supply base is high enough, everything else will follow accordingly. But I will take you up on your offer, because yesterday we started getting calls because Mother Care has started going into receivership, and they've started withholding payment on goods which are on the way, on board right now in the high seas. So we have a problem. It is not, the problem is undeniable. The factories, the hundreds and thousands of people who have been supplying Mother Care with all their products are suddenly going to be left in limbo while they go into receivership, because they have this wonderful protection system. Now, we have a problem. We need to find a solution which does not take us into a 10-year process of analysis and foundations. I'm not opposed to foundations, but analysis and foundations and so on, but something simple, quick, set common purchase standards across countries on compliance. Immediately eliminate a lot of the problem.
Is this something that the Bangladesh government could do, set purchasing standards?
We have effectively done so by requiring all factories in Bangladesh to progressively achieve a minimum level of standards in terms of its compliance in both labor law terms and as well as safety standards. By doing so, Bangladesh itself will be pushing itself to a level where you will not have those suppliers working in the export industry below a certain level. It's going to take us some time to get there, 100%, but we are, with the help of the former alliance and Accord, have gotten there to a great extent.
Well, I think that would advance the discussion.
On the microphone. Yeah.
Sorry. I think that would advance the discussion considerably if we could say, okay, these are, for example, from your perspective, the standards you want to apply in the industry that by your standards think are the ways to achieve sustainability, that is achieving fair wages for your workers, achieving a sustainable development strategy for the industry, and put this forward and say, okay, this is what we want to engage with the suppliers, and if I talk about us, this is what we want to talk about, act about. You are a big group of buyers, or we are a big group of buyers. Are you willing to lead without this process? Are you willing to accept these standards? Do you have other ideas? And how do we also discuss this for other countries? I think that would be an enormous way forward, that we are not pushing back and forward. You demand something, we can't do it, and we fight each other or something like that. But we get an idea. This is what we think is a package of things, and we want to roll out this to different countries. And I think the solution, because you will not get it everywhere at the same time, is to say then sourcing has to stay and to grow in those countries who go ahead. I think that has to be part of the package. Because otherwise you can say, okay, we won't move until the last ship is moving, and then we don't make progress. So we need a way to say, if that's the way we want to go, if we can agree, then what is it, what allows us to go forward if others are not following at that stage? I think we have to crack that nut. If we don't do this, I think we go in circles, because we always can say we can't move because someone else is not moving.
So you're saying BGMEA would set these standards, or the government would set these standards?
No, what I'm saying is, as I started, I think we have to have a joint discussion about what we want to do. I think what would be a great start in this conversation, we have suggested some changes in purchasing practices, what we think can make a change. If also the BGMA or the GMAC in Cambodia or others say, look, this is what we think are the standards we want, and then we have to have a discussion whether we can get to a kind of common commitment of both sides. That is what we make the standard, in the way how then we apply the purchasing practices and say that goes together with the national standards which has been discussed. I think we need that joint process.
If GMAC and BGME sat down, we'd just go for the lowest factor possible. So we need to have, there has to be some imposition of higher standards. Because otherwise you're going to have the lowest standard in every country is going to be the minimum standard of all countries. But I would again come back to this and say, having a primarily, and this we will be, Frank and I will be having extended discussions on the same subject, having a primarily European membership and trying to start a project in only one country rather than at least competitive similar countries with a slightly wider range of members, you're starting with two arms tied behind your back. It's going to be difficult. We agree with the idea of responsible purchase practices. We just want to see that we don't, A, lose our competitiveness while trying to implement standards which are not yet respected by 99.9% of the purchases, and probably 100% of the member companies as well, because they haven't got the systems in place yet. And at the same time, we don't want to continue this race to the bottom. So you have to find a common ground.
Well, the good thing I can tell you is that from the HET, based on the OECD guidelines, they apply to all countries, all manufacturing countries. So Bangladesh is a very important manufacturing base for the Dutch garment and textile sector. It's second after China and before India and Turkey, which is kind of a traditional breakdown. So we certainly also address these issues when companies that join the AGT tell us they source in Myanmar, Vietnam, and Cambodia. There is no difference in treatment there.
Can you give me a minute? I think no one wants to set for the lowest standard. I think the key point is you can't just impose a standard on someone and saying this is what you have to do if people don't want to do it. So you have to have a conversation. I understand that, for example, in Bangladesh, you say we don't get a fair price because we are not recognized for the efforts we have been doing. We have certain standards and we want to improve standards. And my suggestion was, let's discuss about this. What is a sustainability concept for that industry? How can this look like? What would that require from purchasing practice? How can we get others on board? How can we broaden the base? But I think the starting point has to be a common understanding. We want to lift standards, and we need a change in purchasing practices. We need a change in supplier practices, and we need basically a mechanism which gives everybody a say that what is promised is delivered. And my thinking is that we had too many initiatives where people were thinking it all up at a desk and then coming to a country and say, this is what we do. So that was my suggestion, to say, look, we want to hear from you. If you say you want a sustainability standard, what are you delivering? You know what we think, that wages in the country has to go up, that this is an expectation consumers, governments has, that the pressure will come. That has to change purchasing practices. We have to work on that. And I think I agree with you. We cannot just focus on one country. That's why we are discussing in different countries. Also, that needs further to develop. We need more brands. But on the other hand, I think if we have a good concept, that's the way you get more people on board.
No, I think indeed it's clear that we cannot only focus on one country. And indeed, legislation at the European level could play a role. It would help to create also a level playing field, which I think is important. If we speak to some of our member brands, they indicate, we are doing a lot, we are investing, we are looking at our purchasing practices, we are committed to improve working conditions. But our competitor is not doing the same. So they're at a competitive disadvantage, actually, because they are investing their effort and money into improving working conditions. So legislation could help to create a level playing field. But at the same time, I think it's also important that legislation can be enforceable. So I think there are lots of challenges when it comes to enforcing legislation, which is talking about a violation, which is perhaps happening in a country which is outside the European Union. It is related to a supplier that may be very unwilling to report it because he may be jeopardizing its business relationship with its customer. So I think there are lots of challenges when it comes to actually enforcing legislation at the European side, and then we end up with a risk that we end up with legislation that becomes more sort of a reporting requirement or sort of a greenwashing thing, and I think that is really the risk when it comes to legislative development.
Thank you. The food sector's had obviously a similar problem. So what we are talking about is a cross-border abuse. The decision-making happens at a European level. It is the European strategy of the business to ask their buyers to put their suppliers under undue pressure. Those decisions are made in Europe. It is possible to enforce it on Europe. The complaints, obviously, will come from suppliers around the world, and there is a choice. You can either initiate a complaint that is confidential, or it is up to the BGMEA to act, to aggregate complaints if necessary, to shield your members, but to cooperate with the regulator, and that is how it works in practice.
I think, Bangladesh is very strategically positioned, and I think as an industry, we are setting the example for the rest of the world to follow. What is very important in this topic is connecting all the dots, be it legislation, act, BGMEA. I think there is a great commitment from the brands that they would love to play the part to bring the standardization, because for everybody sourcing out of this country, it's an important place to source from. So everybody will be part of it. Connecting the dots and with all the best practices will be a key change. And that, I think, BGMEA can be a great platform to bring all those dots and take it forward for the future.
I understand there's a question from the floor. Yes, you need a mic. Do they have a mic?
Hi, hello. My name is Ayub, and I'm one of the manufacturers in Bangladesh. I was very carefully listening to all that you have said so far, and to be honest, I'm a little confused. See, if I go back, I'm an old man now. If I go back to the old days, the business was booming, and we had no issues, not as much issues as we see today. Primarily, I feel a fair purchasing was practiced better than now. It is all because we had the shared responsibility amongst the purchaser and the manufacturer. And we all believed and we all had the mutual trust amongst ourselves. I think somewhere down the line that is lacking now, which is causing all these problems. So we need to really look into those. And having legislative controls, having impartial or third-party bodies to sort of arbitrate problems may be a solution. But why should we have to go to that when we can have a common understanding how to have a fair purchase in the first place? So I think let's put the fundamentals right first and not treat the manufacturers irresponsibly and not treat them unfairly. Then I think the mistrusts or the misconceptions are going to be lesser in the future. Thank you.
So wait, I'm not sure if I heard that. You said the real breakdown is in trust?
I think it's big on the trust and in the way the purchasers or the brands today behave. Let me give you an example. We had a recent wage increase, all of you know that, last year. And the net effect, according to my calculation, was about 18% on our cost. We had a brand, and a very fairly, good brand, and a very well-known brand. They agreed to increase the cost, our CM cost, by 8%. And then after a few months, they said, no, the company is not doing all that great, so we agreed to a 4%. We said, okay, fair enough. And as we were moving ahead, they said, sorry, we can't do that. And today, we are in a situation where they are dictating us that we need to really relook at the prices being reduced by 20%, you take it or leave it. So that's the kind of a situation, the challenges that we are facing. And whether you call that unfair practice, whether that is a fair purchasing, I have no definitions of that.
I think that is the problem that we're trying to resolve here. I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to, it sounds bad, depend on trust. I just want an honest business relationship. I don't want to trust my computer company. I just want a computer that works. So, I think that honest business relationship is what we want, but we're trying to figure out how you get that, how you let's have Fiona give one more comment and then we'll end it.
Sir, thank you very much for your point. My feeling is that good quality business relationships are where two people negotiate in a tough manner. Both parties have to be able to say, I don't like it, and walk away. That's the crucial bit. And walk away if you don't like the negotiation. The challenge is that people aren't able to walk away. So that's question number one. If you have a good quality relationship where everything has to be agreed by both parties, that works well, and that would not trigger the enforcer to act. The problem is that we are having unilateral changes imposed, sometimes in an untraceable manner, on suppliers. And by untraceable, it can be a phone call. Email is traceable. But if those things are recorded, and it is recorded as a unilateral action requiring a supplier to change, that does not count as fair business practices. And to some extent, that is where the trust has been undermined. And I also would like to get to better quality, trusting relationships. That's how business should be conducted. But for some reason, the power of brands and retailers is such that they are able to bully their way around the place. And therefore, I think there is a need for legislation.
As we end this panel, I just want to harken back to what Swapna said and what Andrew said earlier. Bangladesh is a country of firsts and has a lot to be proud of. You have more LEED certified factories than any other country on earth. You had the Accord and the Alliance, which led the way on what transparency in fire and building safety can look like for the industry across the globe. And you have Mapped in Bangladesh, which is the first effort by any country to map every single export-oriented garment factory in the nation
So let's be bold. You know, be the first to effectively tackle an issue that has an enormous effect on not only this industry, but every other country's apparel industry. And hopefully Bangladesh can be the first and can set an example for the rest of the world. And I think, Mostafis, do you want to say something?
Yeah. Hi. I want to say something. Like, we quite often talking about the transparency, and we demand the transparency from the both party. We expecting transparency from the buyers. We also expecting transparency from the manufacturer. But when we do complain, why we say a buyer? What is means a buyer? I don't know a buyer. I want to know when I complain, I want to know the buyer name of the customer. So quite often I hear a buyer had not paid. So when we generalized a buyer, that means it goes to everybody. If we don't have the brave, we should not talk. If we talk, we should talk with the fact, figures, numbers, and the names and transparency. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think Mostafis always has the final word. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know that Bangladesh Apparel Exchange is the proud organizer of Bangladesh Denim Expo, concurrently taking place at Hall 4 ICCB, just a few meters away from here. Please do not forget that you can visit the expo with the same registration you have done at Sustainable Apparel Forum 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, undoubtedly, sustainable chemical management is one of the prime issue of environmental compliance of factories. To help you understand the tricky aspects of sustainable chemical management, Mr. Prasad Pant, South Asia Director, ZDHC Foundation, now will give a presentation on responsible manufacturing through sustainable chemical management. The ZDHC Foundation oversees the implementation of the ZDHC Roadmap to Zero program, a collaboration of major fashion brands, value chain affiliates, and associations. Together, ZDHC Foundation drives through the global implementation of safer chemical management practices. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Prasad Pant, South Asia Director, ZDHC Foundation, at the podium with a big round of applause. During the presentations, we will be conducting digital opinion polls. The ID card that you have has a QR code at the back. You can scan the code and participate at the polls and ask questions to the speakers. Your valuable opinions will help us better understand our industry and improve the services of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Prasad Pant.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to talk about responsible textile manufacturing through sustainable chemicals management. So I am really going to talk on a topic which is quite different from what we have been talking of up till now, and it's all about chemicals and how chemicals are impacting and how chemicals can form a part of sustainability. I am the South Asia Director for ZDHC. How many of you have heard of ZDHC? Can you raise hands? Well, there are quite a few in the hall here, and I would like this presentation to be a bit more interactive with you. It is not going to be just me over talking over here. So I'm going to show you some pictures which I hope will stir up some kind of emotions in the audience today about chemicals management. And the start of this presentation is why really we should manage chemicals. Why is it that suddenly in the last 7-8 years or a decade, we have started talking about chemicals management? So I'm going to show you some photos and some events which have happened. And this was actually an event which happened off the coast of Vietnam, where almost 70 tons of dead fish were found on the shores of Vietnam due to the discharge of a very hazardous or harmful chemical from a factory in Taiwan. You have here a photograph of an event which happened at Tianjin port in China, where an explosion took place at a chemical warehouse which was storing different kinds of chemicals which were not really compatible with each other. And in fact, this was such a huge explosion that when the Google satellite photos were published, one could see a crater actually had formed at this place. And there were thousands of people who died in this. This is a photograph which I have taken from a factory in India. And these are some workers who are sort of creating this fade out effect on the jeans, on a pair of garments. And I think most of you are aware that this is done through spraying the potassium permanganate onto the jeans garments. And now it has been found that the fumes of this potassium permanganate, if they enter the lungs of these workers, then they cause what is called as pulmonary edema or waterlogging in the lungs of the workers. This is a famous photograph of Buck Bailey. He was actually born from a mother who was working in the factory of DuPont in USA at Charlottesville, where the famous Teflon finish, which is based on C8 fluorocarbon chemistry, was being manufactured. And now it is known that fluorocarbons or this Teflon finish is extremely harmful to health. And one of the harmful effects is that it is teratogenic. That means it doesn't affect the pregnant mother, but it goes and affects the unborn child. And that child is born with a lot of defects. And this was a case which highlighted this impact that chemical can have on human health. And of course, there was a libel suit and DuPont had to pay heavy damages in this. I am showing here a photograph of a polar bear. Why would I show a photograph of a polar bear when I am talking about chemical management? Anybody? Why are we talking about a polar bear who is in the North Pole? Yeah, anybody? Yeah? Pardon? Chemicals, okay. Yeah, I expected something like climate change or something. But yes, a study was done of the fat tissue of polar bears, which are in the North Pole, in the Arctic. And it was found that the fat tissue of polar bears contained a lot of harmful chemicals like perfluorinated chemicals and brominated flame retardants. And this was a study which was done by Greenpeace. It is called as Footprints in the Snow. It's an excellent document or a report which they have published, where Greenpeace volunteers actually went to the Alps and they went to the Himalayas and they collected samples of snow and they tested it for chemicals and they found a host of hazardous chemicals already there present in the snow. So the point I'm trying to make is that it doesn't matter where we actually manufacture or where we actually discharge. Chemicals have traveled across the world either through air or through water, and they are now present everywhere. Okay, so it is immaterial where we are manufacturing, whether we are in Bangladesh or whether we are in Europe. It is ultimately all going to come back to us. So when we talk about chemicals, another question to the audience. How many chemical substances do you feel we are manufacturing and using? Any number? Any guess or any number? How many chemical substances do you think we are using? Every chemical substance is registered with a CAS number, with a chemical abstract service. Any guess? A few thousands? Yeah, it's about 4 million substances that we are manufacturing and using in different kinds of industries. And it is not this number which is scary. What is scary is almost 80% of these chemical substances which we manufacture and use, we do not know what is the impact on human health and what is the environment. We have just started manufacturing it. The chemists have used petrochemicals as toys and designed new kinds of formulations, new kind of materials out of these chemicals, and we are using it, and we don't know whether they are really going to impact us or not. And even more shocking is that more than 800 different kinds of chemical substances have been identified, have been known to cause harm to human health and environment. And still, we are using it in our textile and leather production, either due to lack of knowledge or maybe, the cost is a factor when we talk about them. So let me tell you how chemicals impact us. It is very important for us to understand this before we really talk about responsible manufacturing through chemicals management. So about 2 decades back, the hazard or the criteria to classify a chemical as hazardous was death or toxicity. So if a chemical caused death through the oral route or through this thermal route or the inhalation route, then it was classified as hazardous. Then people realized that the chemicals also impact us through skin irritation or eye irritation or through some skin and eye sensitization. But now we find that over prolonged exposure, there are certain chemicals which can cause cancer, or there are certain chemicals which are classified as mutagenic, that is, they change the gene structure in the human cell. Or there are chemicals which are reprotoxic, that means they go and affect our reproductive system. And a classic example of this is boric acid. Boric acid is used as a preservative in many countries. And now it has been classified as a reprotoxic chemical under the REACH regulation. Then there are certain chemicals which are endocrine disruptors. That means they don't cause death or they don't cause cancer, but they are very similar in structure to the hormones which are secreted by our endocrine glands. And when they enter the body, they cause a sort of a hormonal imbalance in our body. Then there are chemicals which are specific target organ toxic. That is, they go and damage a particular organ, such as a kidney or a heart or the liver. And there are some which are neurotoxic, which can lead to regression in development. And those chemicals which are harmful to the environment because they are persistent, they are bioaccumulative or toxic to the fish. So today, when we classify a chemical as hazardous, or when we are talking about zero discharge of hazardous chemicals, what we are talking about is 18 different hazard endpoints which a chemical has to be tested for before it is classified as hazardous. And why is chemical management important in textile production? Because in textiles, we use a host of chemicals, we use dyes, we use auxiliaries to manufacture our products. And all these chemicals coming into our factory will ultimately find their way in some output. So they will either go onto the product, or they will go into the wastewater, or they will go into the sludge, or they will go into the air. So there are 4 different pathways, as we call it, in which these chemicals can find their way out. And this fact on chemical management was actually highlighted by a campaign called Detox. I think most of you are aware about this campaign by the global NGO Greenpeace. And they led a campaign to highlight the pollution caused by the textile industry, especially with the wet processing industry, where a lot of chemicals are discharged into the wastewater and sludge. And they published a series of reports which they called as dirty laundry or toxic threads, which sort of challenged the brands to really look deeper into their supply chain and the chemical management practices. So Greenpeace actually challenged the brands to commit their entire supply chain to shift to zero toxic chemicals across all pathways. So you can see in these photos the Greenpeace volunteers who demonstrated in front of these brand stores as well as their head offices to try and bring about a change. And this led to several brands reacting to this campaign and realizing that there needed to be a mindset change. It was a challenge for the brands because it was not something which they were accustomed to or knowledgeable about. And this mindset change would require 3 things. One is a collaboration with all stakeholders. So it is not just a few brands committing to this change of chemical management. It required collaboration with their supply chain partners right up to the chemical industry. It required transparency within the entire supply chain because they needed to know where these chemicals are being used and at what stage they were used. And it required a commitment of all tiers. It is not just the brands who commit to this, but every manufacturer, every exporter, every garment manufacturer would need to commit to this initiative. So out of this reaction of the brands in 2012, the ZDHC was born. The ZDHC is a sort of a legacy that we are carrying forward. It started with a nomenclature, zero discharge of hazardous chemicals. And the name ZDHC has stuck, although really speaking, nothing is zero. I mean, it's an aspirational goal to go to zero. So 2012, it started with 6 brands making a commitment and declaring a joint roadmap. And in 2015, they felt the need to make it a legal entity, and it was registered as a foundation or a not-for-profit foundation in Amsterdam. And from 2017, this foundation has started working with a certain program, which we call as a Roadmap to Zero program, and created these focus areas called as input, process, and output. So ZDHC is actually a multi-stakeholder collaboration. It is trying to involve all stakeholders. It is not just a brand-led initiative, although yes, we have 30 signatory brands which are part of this collaboration, but we also have other stakeholders from the textile industry, from the chemical industry, even the solution providers and even associations which can become part of this collaboration and help us to shape this program and implement it within the supply chain. So what is ZDHC's vision? So our vision is basically widespread implementation of sustainable chemistry, driving innovations in the textile and leather supply chain, and implementing best practices in environmental and chemical management. So our focus is definitely the textile and the leather industry. So ZDHC is not just about product safety, because many brands and retailers have traditionally looked at product safety. They have traditionally looked at consumer safety as a guarantee for their products. But now with ZDHC, it is going deeper into, it is going behind the product. It is diving deeper into supply chain management and trying to ensure that the supply chain, the manufacturers, adopt best practices for chemical management. So as I said, the ZDHC program, or the Roadmap to Zero program, is actually a holistic approach to chemicals management in which we actually have changed the mindset towards this approach from more of output management, that is trying to treat the wastewater or trying to test the finished product, to more of input chemical management. So we are really talking about trying to control the chemical formulations which come into a factory, ensure that these are free from the harmful substances that we have listed, and so that if you have clean inputs, then you will have clean outputs. That is the whole principle of ZDHC. So for establishing input chemical management, ZDHC has established an industry standard, which we call it as the MRSL, or the Manufacturing Substances Restricted Substances List. So this is a list of all substances which are known to cause human health and environmental impact, and these need to be eliminated from your input inventory. And this MRSL is going to be a moving target. It is not going to be a static document, because new substances will be added, the limit values for contaminations will become stricter, and hence we need to adapt to this new standards. To ensure that the MRSL compliant products are used by the supply chain partners, ZDHC has provided a tool which is called as the ZDHC Gateway. This gateway is basically a verified database of safer chemicals. So actual commercial chemical formulations are uploaded by chemical and dyes companies through certain third-party certifications. These are verified by ZDHC, and then these are uploaded on the gateway. So the supplier facility can actually log in, they can check their inventory, and they can even search for safer alternatives. And these are the two cornerstones that we have for ZDHC. One is called as a Chem Check report. Chem Check is like a ZDHC MRSL conformance certificate, which a chemical manufacturer can provide to his customers. So once a chemical manufacturer uploads this product on the gateway and it is verified by us, he can generate a Chem Check report and inform and communicate his suppliers. The suppliers can generate something called as an in-check report. In-check stands for inventory check, in which he can upload his inventory in an Excel format on the gateway, and then the platform generates an analysis of his inventory and informs him as to what is the level of conformance of his inventory. Then we come to process management. The process management is more about implementing chemical management systems in a factory for worker safety, for minimal environmental impact. And this is aligned with the Hague Index. Dhaval is going to talk about Hague Index subsequent to my presentation. And it is all about trying to ensure that right from the time you purchase, use, and store, handle, and dispose your chemicals, you are adopting safe systems and monitoring those systems in your factory. And these are some of the elements of a chemical management system. I'm not getting into details over here due to lack of time, but these are all the kinds of steps that a supplier factory can implement to ensure that all the chemicals which are coming in are properly monitored and their safety for storage and handling is taken care of. And finally, we have the output management, that is the wastewater and the sludge. So here again, we have established an industry standard called as the wastewater guidelines, which has to be followed by the supplier facilities of these ZDHC signatory brands. And this goes beyond local regulations, because we are here not only talking about conventional parameters, which is normally tested by textile manufacturing companies, but also the MRSL group. So you need to test your wastewater for all the chemical restricted substances. And the testing needs to be done twice in a year. So we talk about an April cycle and an October cycle. And these reports have to be uploaded on our gateway so that it is visible to the ZDHC signatory brands. And the supplier facility can then download a particular one-page summary report, which is called as a clear stream report. So the clear stream report also helps the supplier and the brand to monitor the progress that the supplier facility is doing with respect to facility management. Finally, we have two services from ZDHC. One is the Training Academy. The Training Academy is a go-to platform for building capacity and knowledge on chemical management. We deliver this through our accredited training partners. And once the training has been done by the person or the registered person, he can go to our platform, appear for an exam, and get a certificate from ZDHC. The second service is the Implementation Hub. Under this Implementation Hub, we provide support to textile factories to actually implement the chemical management systems, which I told you about, the process management, and that is important here. So ZDHC is definitely going beyond 2020. It was a commitment given by brands for 2020, but it's not going to stop here. And these are some of the deliverables or the next actions that ZDHC is looking at in the input, process, and output areas. So you have new standards that we are coming out with, especially with respect to air emissions. We are updating the MRSL and coming out with the 2.0 version program. And in the process, we are coming out with a facility leader program where we will try and do assessments of the textile factories as to where they are in their implementation of the ZDHC framework. I would just like to end my presentation with this quote, which I like very much. This is from Hubert Reeves, who was a philosopher. And he says that man is the most insane species. He worships an invisible God and destroys a visible nature. unaware that the nature he's destroying is this God he's worshipping. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a special segment. As you know, the Sustainable Apparel Coalition is the apparel, footwear, and textile industry's leading alliance for sustainable production. The Sustainable Apparel Coalition has developed HIG Index as a suite of tools that enables brands, retailers, and facilities of all sizes at every stage in their sustainability journey to accurately measure and score a company or product sustainability performance. This segment, conducted by Sustainable Apparel Coalition, will explain further to you about the HIG Index. This special segment will be conducted by Mr. Dhawal Mane, Senior Manager, Training and Verification, Sustainable Apparel Coalition. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Dhawal Mane on the podium.
All right. Very good evening to all of you. I'm so excited to be representing the Sustainable Apparel Coalition at the Sustainable Apparel Forum today. My name is Dhawal Mane, and I work with the SAC as the Senior Manager for Training and Verification, focusing on the HIG Facilities Environment Module tools. So today I will be talking about the HIG Index and how the HIG Index can be a solution in your sustainability journey. So before I start talking about the HIG Index, I will talk a bit about the Sustainable Apparel Coalition. And it all began in 2009 when an unlikely duo, Walmart and Patagonia, sent out a letter to their industry peers to create a universal environment sustainability measurement tool. And the rest was history. Since 2009, we formed the Sustainable Apparel Coalition with the vision of an apparel, footwear, and textile industry that creates no unnecessary environment harm and at the same time has a positive impact on the people and communities associated with it. In 2009 and 10, the SAC was formed. We started with about 10 to 12 member brands, and these companies started beginning to work on the HIG Index, which was called in the next year. In 2010 and 11, the HIG 1.0 pilot began, and the environment modules were launched out there, and the SAC was also incorporated as a non-profit. Later, in 2013-14, the HIG.org platform went live, which means that we moved from an Excel-based tool to an online-based tool. We also set up an office in Amsterdam, and 100 plus SAC members were a part of the coalition. In 2015, the adoption of the HIG Index soared. The HIG Index is the tool which I will be talking about in a short while. We had 180 plus members which were a part of the Sustainable Apparel Coalition, and we had more tools in the suite: the Design and Development Module, the Material Sustainability Index, and we also had the Clean by Design program, which was an performance improvement program for mills and factories. From 2017 onwards, again, we had a trailblazing journey. So we had 250 plus members. We have right now 14,000 plus modules for FEM, which is Facilities Environment Module, and FSLM on the platform. We have 24,000 modules which have been posted so far. Verification is going on. In May of 2019, we spun out an organization called HIGCO, which is a technology partner helping to create and maintain the HIG Index. And we also set up the Asia Pacific team in 2019. So the coalition is a multi-stakeholder initiative. It is consisting of brands, manufacturers, academia, non-profit associations, governments, and other trade associations as well. These are our members who are a part of the coalition. We have currently 253 members who are from 60 countries across the globe. From Bangladesh, we have Denim Expert, SQ Group, and Cyclo, who are a member of the Sustainable Apparel Coalition. So now we are a family of organizations. SAC is the convener of all of these organizations that I just talked about, and it forms the network of this family of organizations, mainly focusing on creating a system-wide change, creating improvements which are tangible within the supply chain through the use of the tool which is the Higg Index. We have HIGCO, which is the technology partner. HIGCO is responsible for creating, maintaining, and supporting the use of Higg Index, and also ensuring that the Higg Index is a scalable tool. We also have AII. Brian had an excellent presentation today in the morning where he talked about how we, at AII, we pick, scale, and fund improvement programs and have them implemented at factories across the globe. At the core of what we do with our members has been the development of Higg Index. And Higg Index is a suite of tools. It's not just one tool which is for facilities or one tool which is meant for material manufacturers. So like I said, Higg Index is a suite of tools. And over the last 30 years, we have learned that we can't audit our way into sustainability. To create a meaningful change, we need to drive behavior collectively, and we need to measure with intention. And with this, a standardized approach for measurement allows us to see these opportunities within the supply chain. When we look at the value chain, of course, these are all the steps within the value chain. And when we look at these steps within the value chain, we have a tool which is focusing on each of those steps of the value chain. But mainly we have three tools, three modules: the product module, the facilities module, and the brand and retailer module. And as you can see on the top, we have the product module, which is focusing on the design and production and the raw material stage, the facilities module, which focuses on the manufacturing stage, and the brand and retailer module, which focuses on the logistics and the retail and stage over here. So let me begin with the product module. So within the product tools that we have two tools right now: the Material Sustainability Index, which is the MSI, and the Design and Development module. The Material Sustainability Index is a tool to measure the environment impacts of raw materials, which could be fabrics, which could be yarns. These impacts are measured across various life cycle stages, and these impacts are converted into a single score, which is easy to communicate within your factory, within a supplier partner and a brand partner, and within the entire value chain. At the same time, this MSI, which is the Material Sustainability Index, is a scientific tool which is based on a robust methodology, and that has been created in consultation with our members and technical experts. It also helps to reduce cost for manufacturers in doing a life cycle assessment of their own. So if a manufacturer has a material which is proven for being resource efficient, which uses less water or less energy, it ought to be on the MSI. And the manufacturer need not conduct a full life cycle assessment, but they can use the MSI to generate a score which can then be visible on the Material Sustainability Index for the public to view. We also have the Design and Development module, which is mainly for designers and developers. 80% of a product's impact lies in the design and development stage. That's a lot, right? If the designer was aware of which material was more sustainable, they could have eliminated that particular product's impact right at the design stage. That unsustainable material would not have reached the production stage. And this is what the design and development module aims to achieve. It helps the designers and developers to make more sustainable material choices. Moving on, the next in our suite of tools is the brand and retail module. The brand and retail module, as you can see, covers different areas of a brand and a retailer's practices. It includes their purchasing, it includes their product development, and so on. The brand and retail module will be up for a full membership vote, because that's how things work in the Sustainable Apparel Coalition. The entire membership votes for the release of a tool. So the BRM, which is the brand and retail module, will be up for a vote in December 2019 and January 2020. Moving forward to the HIG facilities module, which is our first tool that we launched. And we have 14,000 FEM modules which are being used currently. Just in fact, yesterday we had the HIG Index Manufacturer Forum conducted right here in this hall in collaboration with the Sustainable Apparel Forum, and it was our first manufacturer forum in Bangladesh, where we hosted manufacturers who were also HIG FEM users. So the HIG FEM and the HIG Facility Social Labor Module are holistic assessments for measuring and improving the environment and social labor performance of a facility. As you can see, each of these modules focus on different areas which are critical to a facility's environment or social labor performance. The facilities tools have a levels approach. They have 3 levels, level 1, level 2, and level 3. The level 1 is focusing on measuring. Level 2 is focusing on developing targets and setting baselines. And level 3 focuses on achieving those targets and moving on to leading practices. Hence, we look at having a consistent approach across the supply chain and helping the HIG FEM to adopt a levels approach towards consistently moving and raising the supply chain performance on environment parameters. At the same time, we also understand that there is no one-size-fits-all solution, which is why we also have applicabilities in the FEM. A cut-and-sew factory would have different set of questions versus a dyeing factory would have a different set of questions to fill in the FEM. The FEM for 2019 launches today. So if you are a facility or if you work with the FEM with the facilities through your brand organization, then please make sure to check the portal today. With the 14,000 plus modules that we have and all the data that we collect, we also become a rich repository of resource. And we have 3 million data points on the HIG.org platform. These data points are things like water use, renewable energy use, GHG emissions, non-renewable energy use, coal usage, etc., and so on. All of these features are created into benchmarking tools for facilities. And we are providing these tools for benchmarking for every facility users to make use of and set targets for improving their own performance. So like I said, the FEM is a performance improvement tool by setting your own targets by using this self-assessment. The next is our belief on transparency. I know we have been hearing a lot about transparency today, and we believe that in a world of information overload, transparency with an intent of positive impact will be a driving force of change. We don't work from the principle of exhaustive transparency or sharing too much information, but sharing meaningful information with the aim to identify improvements and making those improvements. Our goal is therefore to develop a communication toolkit for the users of the HIG index and being able to communicate these features of their HIG index usage transparently to their stakeholders. As a result of which, we are going to launch a transparency website along with performance communication toolkits, which will be available for each Higg Index user. They could be a facility, they could be a brand, they could be a product user. And these tools will be available for communicating transparently and consistently your product, facility, or brand's performance. So there are 3 takeaways which I would like to share with you. If you are an already existing Higg Index user, please start exploring the tools. Please start exploring the benchmarking tools that we have, and start making plans of how you can communicate these results of your Higg FEM, FSLM, or the other modules that you are using. If you are interested in using the tools further, these are the details how you can find those tools. We have the product modules, we have facilities and environment and social labor modules, and we also have the brand modules available. I am right on time, and with this, I would close. If you have any questions, I wouldn't come in between you and the coffee break. I'm here around. Please feel free to ask me questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know that Bangladesh Apparel Exchange is the proud organizer of Bangladesh Denim Expo, concurrently taking place at Hall 4 of ICCB, just a few meters away from here. Please do not forget that you can visit the expo with the same registration you have done at Sustainable Apparel Forum. Now I have the opportunity to announce a short coffee break. Please enjoy your coffee. It's my pleasure to remind you that while sipping coffee, you might also like to visit the Bangladesh Sustainability Achievement Wall at the mezzanine floor of the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the coffee break. As you know, Bangladesh Apparel Exchange always promotes innovation and solution-based models for solving the problems of apparel industry. To find solution to the ever-increasing textile waste problem, Bangladesh Apparel Exchange and Bangladesh University of Textiles has conducted a research to suggest scalable solutions to the industrial waste problem of Bangladesh RMG industry. Now the research results will be presented by Dr. Abbasuddin Shayak, Assistant Professor, Bangladesh University of Textiles. The presentation is titled as Materials in Apparel Supply Chain, Waste or Business Opportunity by Bangladesh University of Textiles. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Dr. Abbasuddin Shayak.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Today's presentation that we are talking about basically is materials in textile and apparel supply chain. Is it a waste or business opportunity? And this is a research work has been done by Bangladesh University of Textiles and in cooperation with Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. And I have two of my other colleagues here who has been involved in this study. So basically, what was the aim to this study? Our aim basically is to do a materialistic mapping on the material waste so that we can develop a framework to achieve sustainability in the textile and apparel supply chain. And how did you do it? What we basically adopt a methodology where we have, to be honest, let me tell you this way. Our work is from raw fiber to garment manufacturing. So we have developed several questionnaires for the spinning industry, for knitwear and wovenwear industry, and also denim wear, for knit dyeing, oven dyeing, and denim dyeing industry and washing industry, and also for the knitwear and wovenwear industry. And that questionnaire has been, submitted to the different industry for the piloting. And after the piloting of the, questionnaire, we have phased out into the industry itself. We have carried out a convenience sampling. We used to do it through BGMN and others, but what we found is very difficult to get the information out from the industry. So we do convenience sampling from whatever we know, from our students or from our colleagues in the industry. And from there, the questionnaire, sometimes incompleted, we actually carried out in very extensive discussion to find out what is going on. So you can see the number of the factories that we actually worked on, mostly based on Dhaka, and also it is one is in Hobiganj and one is in Chittagong. By the way, we are not claiming that this study is a representative of the whole textile and apparel supply chain yet, because we did not have enough data to be the representative of the industry because of the secrecy of the overall supply chain. What we can call it is a tracer study, where this study basically can tell us give us the indication of the challenges and highlights what can be done in the material side of it. Now, to define the waste, in this study, we have taken three parts in the waste. Number one, waste is process waste, where you transform, let's say, from fiber to yarn or yarn to fabric, which is kind of inevitable. You cannot do without the process waste. And also, the rejected due to the quality issues or some other issues, and mostly excess production. We basically, in our study, tried to identify two things. Number one, what is produced and what is delivered or exported. And often there is a huge gap between what is produced and what is exported. So we actually counted into the excess production. So either due to the tolerance level of it or various other reasons. What we found out in our study? We found that to produce, can I have a microphone? To produce 100 kg of end products, we need from raw fiber to spinning, we need 124 kg of fiber to produce 100 kg of yarn. And to produce 100 kg of fabric, we need 110.4 kg of yarn. Sorry, hello? Yeah, you can. So to go for again, we need 124 kg of fiber to produce 100 kg of yarn. We need 110.4 kg of yarn to produce 100 kg of fabric. We need 124.4 kg of gray fabric to produce 100 kg of dyed fabric. And also we need 161 kg of dyed fabric to produce 100 kg of apparel fabric. So you can see the material conversion from cotton to spinning is 89%, from spinning to fabric 81%, from fabric to dyed fabric is 91%, from dyed fabric to garment is 80%. So overall material conversion rate is 77%. Now, how much waste is generated along the way? Remember, waste is basically also process loss, rejected, as well as excess production. So what we found is, from cotton fiber to produce yarn, cotton and other fiber, the average waste generated is 37 kilogram. From spinning to fabric manufacturing, the average waste generated is 2.5 kilogram. From fabric to weight processing, average waste of gray fabric is 18.8 kilogram. And from weight processing to apparel is around 12 kg of waste is generated. Now, if we look into how much value addition actually happens in the supply chain, what we found is the cotton fiber rate per kilogram is around 1.2 yards per kilogram. When it is sold as a yarn, it is around $2.6 to $3 per kilogram. When it is in fabric manufacturing, it is 2.8 to 3.2 kilogram. And from weight processing to when it is dyed fabrics, it is sold as 4 to 5 USD per kilogram. And also, when it is the apparel fiber, our average value is around 3 to $4 USD per kg, by the way, not per piece. Now, if we look into that, our value addition from fiber to spinning is 21%, and from spinning to fabric manufacturing is minus 5%. From fabric manufacturing to weight processing is 64%, and apparel is 21%. That means from fiber to apparel, our value addition is around 126%. That's throughout along the supply chain. Now, we are trying to find out what are the waste and what are the excess inventory. Now, what is excess inventory? Because you remember, in our methodology, we try to find out two things. How much is exported or delivered, and how much is basically produced to export that quantity. And often we have, that, 5%, 6%, we say we do along the excess production. But what we found is basically, although we are saying, the waste is excess inventory is 26 kg, but basically average waste is 37 kilogram. That means there is a big difference. For spinning, for the fabric manufacturing, excess inventory is 7.5 kilogram, but average waste is 2.5 kilo. And also, in the wet processing, they're saying that average waste is 18.8, but the excess inventory is around 15 kilogram. In the same way, apparel, it says average waste of finished fabric is 12 kilogram, but the excess inventory is 7.5 kilograms. So there is a gap between what is supposed to be and what is actually happening. And what we tried to do is we calculated that value into, into how much money we are losing. But before that, the whole thing summarized in this slide, where we are looking at material stream mapping in textile apparel supply chain. The whole figure, if we come out, our conversion rate is 77%. From fiber to spinning to fabric to wet processing is this. But value addition is 21%, minus 5%, 64%, 21%, and 126% as overall from fiber to apparel. Now, what we try to do is find out how much we are losing along the chain. Now, if our garment price is fixed, which is, let's say, $15 per dozen, our dyeing finishing supposed to be cost around $7.6 per kg, but basically we are spending around $37 per dozen of garment, equivalent garment. Same way, in the weaving and knitting, our cost supposed to be around 15.2, but we are spending 22.6 due to material waste. Remember that, due to material waste, nothing else. It doesn't consider the production efficiency or at all. It is considered only the material along the chain. Spinning, it is supposed to be 14.7 USD per dozen, but basically it's coming down 23.9. And the raw fiber, it is supposed to be 10.9 or 11 around, but we are spending almost double the amount of raw fiber for the conversion. Now, which means basically, if we summarize it, our 126% value addition is supposed to be almost double. It is supposed to be around 4 times of the, the fiber that we are trying to do, the conversion. So what happens to this waste? In our study, what we found that some of this excess stock or rejected garments or excess stock lot basically has been given as a gift to the workers and officers during the different Eid festivals. It can also be, used in a stock lot business. As you know, there is a huge market for a stock lot business. And also, jute business. Now, jute business can come into reuse it in a local market. Actually, I will show you what happens to that jute business at some point later. But one thing that came up in our study, that the waste that is generated has not been lost. It has been always used in, some informal economy. Somewhere it is going down there. Somewhere it is into the, value-added products or recycle into fiber or reuse or something else. And what happens here, if we look into this, this could actually give what happens to this, excess or waste. If we look into from the traditional apparel factory, I don't know if you could see it. Yeah. So from here, it could be possible three things. Number one is excess stock. Number two is cut section waste. Number three is rejected apparel. So if it is excess lot, so buyer could accept is a reduced price, or it could be sold into, as a stock lot business. If it is rejected apparel, it is sold to the local market by tender. If it is a cutting section waste, and in the cutting section waste, it is sorted into three different ways. If it is in a small size into 1 into 5 inch, it goes into the, sorted into white and colored parts. From there, it is, fiber, jute fiber has been made. And from there, this is the jute. And from there, you have the recycled garment. So that fiber also transforms into yarn. From that yarn, it transforms into fabric and, garment. If it is the size of medium from 12 to 30 inch, what happens basically, it cut into recutting and transform into a smaller size apparel or bag or upholstery. So medium size cut panels basically come into apparels. And what happens if it is large size cut panels? It's directly, purchased by the local factories and domestic boutiques to transform into the local fashion products. So that's the whole cycle of this, waste or excess inventory or excess production that is that is going to the informal economy. Now, our challenge is this whole informal economy is so secret. To getting the data from them is we try to find out that how much is basically a stock lot business or how much base cut panel is equivalent to USD. We could not find it out because of lots of issues. Now, if we conclude the overall findings of this study, average material conversion from raw material to yarn is 89%, from yarn to gray fabric is 81%, from dyed finished fabric to dyed fabric is 91%, and from dyed fabric to garment is 80%. Overall, it is 77%. The total value addition in the supply chain is 126%, 2.25 times the original value of the raw products, with a potential to go more than 4 times. And in that way, we are losing around 70 cents per garment due to waste in materials in the garment manufacturing. Let me remind you, it is 17 cents in our study that I found out we are losing because of the material waste. And of course, as we said, our study has some limitation because we could not say this is representative of the whole supply chain because the amount of data that we actually got is not sufficient to be representative of the whole supply chain. And some of the data is also, challenging and incomplete, which we have to, throw it out. And to be honest, we would like to continue this study for further, but we need support. We need support of the brands, the factories, the trade organizations, and others to establish the baseline of the material waste throughout the supply chain. If we find out that 70 cents is the reality of the situation, that means we are losing because of materials. It's not only about the productivity efficiency. And of course, because the informal economy or stock lot business is basically standing on this, excess inventory and excess production of the garment business and the textile apparel supply chain, we need to find a framework to make it a legitimate business so that everybody is benefited and it is a win-win situation for the sustainable initiative. Thank you very much. I do not know if there is any question and answer session or, thank you. Thank you very much for listening to everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. We will be moving forward to our next session. However, one of our speakers haven't arrived yet. We will be waiting for her. Once she does, we will start our session. Thank you very much.